This is the Coeur d'Alene Planning and Zoning Commission, and this is our June meeting, June 10th, 2014. Shanna, can you do the roll call, please?
Jordan?
Here.
Colby? Here. Ingalls?
Here.
Luttrip?
Here.
Messina? Ward?
Here.
Connery?
Here.
O'Brien?
Here. Okay, great. Thanks, Shanna. All right, next, please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Approval of minutes from our May 13th meeting.
Look good to me. Motion to approve the minutes.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, opposed? All right, so the minutes are approved. All right, next, this is the time for public comments. Now, this would be if anyone is here to address the Planning Commission about any item of a general nature which does not concern one of the hearings tonight, because if you're here for one of the hearings tonight, there'll be some time at the hearing to testify about that. Okay, seeing none. Staff comments.
Thank you, Chair. Next month, we have a light agenda. There is a zone change for July, and that's about it.
That, well, I have a comment for you, and then you wanted to talk about the workshop next month, right? I'll just tell you my comment real quick. I don't see commission comments in here yet, but is there any reason we can't start to put that in the outline as long as it's of a general nature?
We can. We've talked about that. That's actually one of the things that we were going to talk about at the workshop.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about the workshop.
So we have a workshop scheduled for tonight. My guess is that we're probably not going to get to those items tonight. We do need to have a discussion in the near future about the new subdivision ordinance. We want to work through an example or two of how, the subdivision finding is going to work now under the new ordinance versus the old ordinance. We'd like to do that before we actually have to do it live with a new hearing. So I think we do need to set up a workshop. Probably, my guess is the way it's going, we're looking probably at a noon workshop sometime. Shannon will be calling you, trying to get something set up. Another item that I would like to speak with you about a little bit is the streamlining the public hearings process. We're kicking around the idea of putting together some informative videos about coming to public testimony, testifying at public hearings. In doing that, we'd want to make sure that our hearing processes are the way we want them to be, and then also hopefully synthesize those with the council's hearing processes so that the advice can be applicable to both sets of hearings. So we'd like to start with you and have a discussion about our hearing procedures and see if there's any changes that we want to make before we go to the expense of putting something together and putting it out for the public. So that's one of the things that we'd like to discuss with you as soon as we can set something up.
Then are you thinking about a noon meeting in June sometime, or my time frame?
June
You're
or
gone
July.
when we have our July meeting, right?
We're entering that fun time of year when it's
Right.
kind of hard to get folks together. So
Right.
in the next month or so, put something together when we can, when everybody's in town.
All right, do we want to set anything tonight, or wait until Shanna calls us?
We can work on it. My guess is that not everybody knows what they're doing.
Maybe we can do it by email or
It might be
something.
easier just to make some phone calls and set something up.
Yeah, we can come up with some target dates and do it by email or
Yeah.
phone or something, okay.
Mr.
Sounds
Chair, we
great.
had two other items on the workshop agenda. Those will stay on also?
I assume, right?
Okay.
And then you had anything under comments?
Well, yes, I have three comments, Mr. Chair. First of all, I think it's continuing education. Education is very, very important. Continuing education is extremely important for any organization, especially a government entity. And Sean, I understand you just got your MBA, and you're to be congratulated for that, for the effort you put in, especially when you're a working individual. The energy and time you have to do it is very complimentary, and I think it'll serve the community and yourself very well. The second part of the education is our student representative Grant Connery, he's going to be this is your last meeting, right?
Next meeting.
Next meeting. Well, I may not be able to talk next meeting, so I want to acknowledge you on the group here, along with Cole. I think one of my, this time of year, you read in the paper all the things that the high school kids are doing. I think our education system here in Coeur d'Alene, it's somewhat unique. There's just a lot of successful kids, and you two are two good examples. I remember a couple months ago we had a public hearing with a part of the community that were very articulate and felt had very strong feelings about their issue on both sides. And Commissioner Messina asked if you two had any comments, and you both went in to a 5-minute cohesive conversation discussion without reading your notes. And I thought, my gosh, we never learned that stuff in school. I mean, it's just fun to have you here, and I'm glad you're going to stay another year, right, Cole?
Yeah.
And I think the program the city has to bring in our high school students is great for everybody. And then the third issue is McEwen Field looks so pretty and everything out there. Then I recall back in September 2012, the then planning director, along with the then parks director, came before us and asked to amend the shoreline regulations as it dealt with handicap access to the water. And I just wonder, not now, but maybe next time we have a meeting, you can just tell us how it's going. Thank you.
Would you like to do that now or next time?
Well, that's why we handle that at the workshop when we can set it up, so we can
Great.
maybe get a Parks representative here to talk to you about it.
Okay, we'll add that to the list then, thank you. Okay, any other commissioner comments? All right, so we have 2 public hearings tonight. The first one on the schedule here is the Larry, I'm sorry if I don't pronounce this right, but the Larry Flute Revocable Trust is the applicant. The location is between I-90 and Lake Villa Apartments on the east side of the city. And there's several parts to this application. It's a proposed 3.51 acre annexation from county agriculture suburban to city R8. And we have that's A414, and then we have a zone change from county ag suburban to city R3. That's ZC 1-14. Proposed 18-lot preliminary plat called Lilac Glen. S-6-14. Proposed 13-acre PUD called Lilac Glen. That's PUD 3-14. And a proposed minimal care special use permit in the R17 zone. And that's SP 4-14. Now, I think that's the most I've ever had to read on one of these hearings, as far as I can remember.
The largest one that I've dealt with, or at least with the most parts.
All right, so Sean, you'll do our staff report.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Chair Jordan. So tonight, before you, as Brad had alluded to, we have a 5-part request for a piece of property that is 13.03 plus or minus acres. And before we get started, I wanted to go through each piece so that everyone understands exactly what the request is about. So as you can see here, this is the subject property. It's located where 23rd meets Pennsylvania. Here's this edge along I-90, down here to Lilac Lane, where it ends in a cul-de-sac, and then Fernand Hill Road, which is right up along here, and it's denoted in yellow. So this portion is where they're requesting the annexation. It's 3.51 acres. This is the portion that they are requesting the zone change, which is 9.52 acres. This area, which is 2 lots on the preliminary plat, is where the special use permit request is for minimal care. And then the PUD and subdivision encompass the site as a whole. So that is the 5 parts. So a little bit of background information before we dive into this thing is the prior land use hearings that we have had. In 2003, there was a request from R3 to R12, which was denied. And then in 2007, there was a request from R3 to R8, which was withdrawn. Then again in 2008, along with the PUD for Pennsylvania Highlands, which was withdrawn as well. So here's some photos of the site. This is from the corner of 23rd and Pennsylvania, and you can see the gate as it heads kind of south into the property. And just across in this area where there's some overgrowth there is where the French Gulch Creek is located. If you follow that little dirt road back there, there's a house back here that's not in such great shape. That is the area where the assisted living, the minimal care will be located if approved. And then up above from Fernan Hill, looking northwest into the property, this is the view that you have. If you look really carefully right about there, that's the freeway. All right, so this is Lilac Lane looking north into where it basically dead ends into a cul-de-sac. All right, so to try and cut down on this as much as possible, my 2 PowerPoints ended up being around 108 slides. So the annexation and the zone change findings are exactly the same. So I'm going to do them basically at the same time, even though there's a separate set of findings for each. So once again, this is the annexation portion of the property. It's yellow. Please note that north is this way. So north is actually up here on this map. I turned it sideways so everyone can see a little bit better. And this is the zone change request. So you can see there's an existing unit that's up here. This would be, they're requesting R8 with the PUD overlay. And then this property here on either side of the proposed Lilac Lane, which is R3. This is going to be considered open space. The R17 portion, which Planning Commission will hear about here shortly, for the minimal care is located here. Oh, my pointer went away here. All right. R3 PUD, these are single-family sites here. And then we have some open space along here as well as some duplexes that are located in this R8 PUD, which is kind of the purple color down here. This here is a portion of open space, but it also has some access from the the duplexes. So here are the findings that need to be made for an annexation and a zone change. The first one is whether or not it's in conformance with the comprehensive plan. And this is a unique situation. The property falls within 2 areas of our comprehensive plan. It's within the Cherry Hill as well as in the Fernan Hill Bench areas of our comp plan. Not only that, but in the Cherry Hill it is stable established, and within Fernan Hill it is transition, and I'll move through that for right now. So this is the Cherry Hill comp plan map. Here is the subject property is in white right down here. This falls within a stable established area within the plan, and here is the language supporting that. Cherry Hill tomorrow, this is directly out of the comprehensive plan, talks about what it will look like into the future and what the overall densities are and what sort of incentives will be provided for clustering. Fernan Hill Bench, this is the other portion of our comprehensive plan that it falls into, and it's this green area here that the subject property is within, and that's within a transition area. And here's the definition of transition. as well as the same language that supports the Fernan Hill Bench Tomorrow, and then the overall characteristics of the neighborhood. Also, I listed them out here. I won't go through them all, but I wanted everyone to know that what the plan goals and objectives are for the 2007 comprehensive plan, moving through each one of the 4 sections. There is a number of them that you are able to choose from when you make a decision. And finding B9 is that the public facilities and utilities are or are not available and adequate for the proposed use. So if you refer to your staff report, the first section of that, I've listed them on pages 8 through 10. It would take a lot of time to go through those. Hopefully you guys have all had the time to review those. If there's any questions, staff is here for you. There are questions, or the comments that we got were from stormwater and streets, water, wastewater, and fire. Okay, physical characteristics of the site do or do not make it suitable for the request at this time. So the property falls within a couple of different areas inside of our comprehensive plan, as well as within the floodway. And inside of our hillside overlay map, you can see here the subject property is in this yellow area. The hillside ordinance applies for this property, but it's important to note that anything that has a less than 15% slope is considered exempt from hillside. In anticipation of the zone change and annexation approval, the applicant did provide to us a slope map showing us where the slopes exceed that 15% based upon the preliminary plat that was provided to us. So inside of your guys' information, you can see that this area was also yellow. I took that out for the presentation because this is open space, so it's not going to be built upon anyway. These 3 lots here are over the 15%, so the hillside ordinance will apply to development here. And also here, although through the PUD, which I'll get through in a minute, they have made a request for a change to that. All right, so the floodway. Inside of the staff report, you probably noted that there is a floodway that moves through the property along this northwestern edge, and the comments can be found under finding B9, which is page 8 and 9 in your guys' staff report under stormwater and street comments. It's also important to note here that I put in the 5-foot contours so you can also see where the slopes are fairly extreme on the site. Finding B11 is whether or not this would adversely affect the surrounding neighborhood with regard to traffic, neighborhood character, and or existing land uses. So our engineering department provided us with some comments. The ITE trip generation manual estimates approximately 72 total trips per day. The neighborhood character, we went through that with the comprehensive plan. There's also the Cherry Hill today and Fernan Hill Bench today information that is within your comp plan, which goes along with what the tomorrow information is. So generalized land use pattern, as you can see on the other side of I-90 here, the area is primarily single family. There's a couple of duplexes mixed in there. This area right here is also that single family house that is a little worse for the wear. This area is outside of the city limits currently, and then we do have the multifamily down here, the apartments that are located in this area. Across the freeway we do have a large civic site where the school is at, and a number of other residential uses, as well as a couple of commercial. The existing zoning, you can see here, pretty much R3 on this side. Down here, there is a PUD for the apartments, as well as the Fernan Hill area, which is a PUD as well. Once again, these are the findings that need to be made. The recommended conditions I placed on here that an annexation agreement is going to address what's items for the annexation request, and our specific requests for conditions have been made from staff through the PUD special use permit and subdivision requests, which I will be going through here shortly. Before we move on, I would like to go through those remaining three so that we're not having public testimony twice and going through findings twice and all of that. So if I make my full presentation now, hopefully we can get through that in one fell swoop. All right. So this is the same slide that I started off with before. So we've discussed the annexation and the zone change, and now we're going to move on to the subdivision, PUD, and special use permit. So the subdivision and PUD, like I'd mentioned before, encompass the site as a whole. So we'll take a look at the subdivision first. Here is the preliminary plat. As you can see here, there's 19 total lots that are proposed here. The largest two buildable sites are the request for the minimal care. As I mentioned too, is the single families here. It's important to note that this area and this area, as well as this area and a portion of this area is open space. And I'll get to that in just a moment. So included with this, because there's so much going on, the preliminary plat was kind of split into two pieces. Here you can see where the footprints of the development will be, as well as the location of where the utilities will be located. All right, so for the subdivision, here are the findings that need to be made. I'm going to reference portions that I've already talked about for like comprehensive plan, et cetera, because we've gone through that. So just be aware that's coming. All right. So that all the general preliminary plat requirements have or have not been met per the city engineer. Gordon has indicated that the preliminary plat contains all the general information required by the code. So provisions for sidewalks, streets, alleys, rights-of-way, easements, etc. are or are not adequate. Once again, I'll refer you back to the comments that we received from staff, which can be found on pages 5 through 7 on the second portion of the staff report here, because I split this in two pieces because a portion of it goes on to council, and it made a lot more sense to split that out that way, so I didn't have to do it twice. All right, so is the preliminary plat in conformance with the comprehensive plan? We had discussed that it falls within two portions of the comprehensive plan, as well as the goals and objectives of the plan, and that the public interest will or will not be served. I know Peter has had a question on this in the past. The comprehensive goals and policies that are listed in the comprehensive plan really speak to what those public interests are, and that can be used as support for the public interest portion of the finding. All right, all the required engineering elements of the preliminary plat have or have not been met, as attested to by our city engineer. And Gordon has taken a look at that, indicating that those code design standards are and elements are in the preliminary plat. Okay, so the lots proposed do or do not meet the requirements of the applicable zoning district. And the frontages, minimum lot sizes, and density proposed do meet the current code for what they are requesting. It does fall within the Hillside Overlay District, and a portion of the floodway, as we have discussed, is in the annexation and zone change requests. All right, so would the proposal adversely affect the surrounding neighborhood with regard to traffic, neighborhood character, and existing land uses? Once again, we have discussed this finding. You'll find that a number of the findings as we move through this, portions of them mimic each other, so I'm just going to refer you back to finding B11 as we have already discussed. So on to the PUD. So here are the findings that need to be made for planned unit development. And this is what you need to bear in mind as you make your determination. That was included in your staff report. Chief benefits, residential and civic development on a public street consisting of single-family duplex and 2 minimal care facilities. The density ends up equaling approximately 2 units per acre for the residential portion of their request, exclusive of the minimal care. They are requesting up to 70 residents within the minimal care facilities. There's 2 structures that are proposed. That is approximately 2.8 acres. It ends up being a little bit less because we had a change to the preliminary plat at the last moment to make sure that the open space was taken care of and within its own lot in the preliminary plat. So there's 1.4 acres of private usable open space that include those amenities, and then also 1.9 acres of open space that are in a natural hillside area that aren't necessary, that are fairly steep, and they didn't want to include them as usable open space, although they will be maintained as open space and providing workforce housing to the community. So here are the things that Planning Commission may consider for the PUD, which is included within your guys' staff report. Oh, let's go back. All right, so they requested some deviations through the PUD. Our new subdivision code, from what I understand, mimics this somewhat, although you would have you would have a 5-foot sidewalk on either side, but the width, as I understand it, would meet our new subdivision standards. However, this request came in while we were moving through that, so I made sure to include it as part of the deviations through the PUD. So 50-foot width in right-of-way with a 28-foot curb face to curb face street with a 10-foot asphalt walking path attached to the back of curb there is what they are requesting as a deviation. So for setbacks, I noticed in the staff report as I was moving through this that I had placed 3 within your staff report, but there's actually only 2 requests for reductions to the required setbacks. And the third was actually to the hillside portion that I'll get to in a moment. So the first request was to allow the minimal care facility structures to have a 5-foot setback from the proposed cul-de-sac instead of your the code's required 20-foot. And the second request involves the single-family lots, which are along Fernand Hill there, the 3 along the top. Actually, the 4th one is kind of off to the side there. They wanted to mimic the Fernand Hill PUD, which is already an approved PUD up in that area, and these are what the setbacks are for that approved PUD is 7-foot front yard setbacks because of the slope of the property, 10-foot side yards instead of 5-foot and 10-foot, and then a 0-foot setback for the garages, although they are asking a requirement to turn those at a 24-degree angle so that the cars can get in and out, so they have enough room there for driveway and not have the cars out in the traffic. And then here is the requirements, what the minimums are in the code. So height. In the the requested R17 portion that we had discussed about for the special use permit, they are asking for an increase from 45 to 50 feet. This is a deviation from 1705-290 for the maximum height. And the applicant's narrative here is why they are requesting the extra height. And that is also included within your staff report. Along with the special use permit for R17 for minimal care, the code requires a buffer yard between the civic use and any residential uses that are on the site. They are requesting to remove that due to the slope of the property, because the special use permit would be at a lower elevation. They didn't think it would make a whole lot of sense to provide the buffer yard when the houses that are so high above this property, or the special use permit property, really didn't make a lot of sense to them because of that height. Generally, a buffer yard is required when the uses are on the same plane or on a flat, level piece of property to act as a buffer. And the last one was wastewater. We generally require that the service lines are located within a right-of-way, a public right-of-way. And in this case, the wastewater department took a look at it and thought, and gave comment in there that you can read about, that they would allow them to run them cross-country as long as they're privately owned and maintained, and the city wouldn't bear the responsibility for any future upkeep of those lines. So, I was thinking to myself, well, that's a lot to chew on in a short period of time, so I created this map of the area to show exactly what those requests are. So these two are the R17 portions of their request for the special use permit. Through the PUD, they're asking for a 5-foot setback here and a 5-foot setback here. For the wastewater lines that would be running uphill here, this is denoted in yellow. This is another one of the requested deviations. This kind of bluish color here is where the request for the buffer yard would be eliminated, and then the setbacks for the site up along Fernan Hill Road to mimic the existing PUD that's up there, the Fernan Hill PUD. So those are the requests up to this point. And then finally, a hillside exemption just for one lot, which is Lot 5, Block 2. And here's their reasoning behind requesting a deviation from the hillside ordinance for that single lot. And once again, this is the lot that they are requesting that deviation on. Okay, so here are the findings for the PUD. There's a number of them as well. Once again, conformance with the comprehensive plan. We have discussed that at length. Design and site planning is compatible with existing uses on adjacent properties. So a PUD is intended to provide flexibility and diversity, and the commission must take a look at the proposal and decide if it's unique enough to afford flexibility within the code to allow a PUD. The proposal is or is not compatible with the natural features on the site. They did provide us a SketchUp rendition of the site. I'll also refer you to findings B8F of the subdivision, which talks about the hillside and floodway information, and finding B9 in subdivision for photos of the site for context. But here is a 3D model, although it's pretty static because you can't actually move through the model. I'm guessing that they had brought something that you can move through a little bit more. But this is what they are proposing as far as this special use permit, and then these light, I guess they're 3D buildings that don't have any skins on them, but that's where those duplexes are located. The location, design, and size of the proposal are such that the development will or will not be adequately served by existing public facilities and services. See staff comments, which we have talked about already in finding B8B. All right, so now we're moving on to another portion of the PUD findings which have not been covered yet in other requests. And this talks about the open space and 10% requirement. So here are the calculations for usable open space. I did talk about this briefly. It's approximately 11% of the site. They're going to provide a picnic area, trail from Fernan Hill Road to Lilac Lane, and a preserved wetland area. And then also the open space that is 1.9 acres that isn't considered the usable, quote-unquote, usable open space. And so the sum total of that area is 3.3 acres. Here is a map of that. So you can see, get my thing working. This lot is open space. This lot is open space. This lower portion here is open space, as well as this lot here is open space. And then the usable open space has been highlighted with the cloud area where they're going to provide those amenities. So off-street parking does or does not provide parking sufficient for users of the development. They have not requested any deviations from parking, so the requirements for parking straight out of our code will be what they would have to provide for the development. I did some calculations here for 7 duplex lots. At 14 units is 28 parking stalls. The single-family homes will require 12, and depending on what is approved for minimal care, the request was at a minimum 50, maximum 70, for a total of 48 to 52 stalls on the site in its total. And then also the text that came from the applicant's narrative, which spoke to parking on the site, is listed here as well as in your staff report. Okay, so does the proposal provide an acceptable method of perpetual maintenance for the common property? And they have indicated through their narrative that they will have an association to take care of landscape maintenance and private sewer maintenance. Once again, here are the findings that need to be made for a PUD. And moving on to the special use permit. You guys had enough yet? All right, so with the special use permit, they're requesting within that R17 zoning area that we had talked about earlier, that they would like to have a maximum number of 70 residents in 2 separate buildings. So 35 apiece. So this is one of the areas, only areas within our code where the density can be determined by Planning Commission. So here's the code, and where it's found in our code is that the maximum number of residents shall be set by special use permit where required. So it is up to Planning Commission to determine how many residents would be allowed within the R17 portion of this request. Some background on minimal care facilities. So there's been 10 requests that I was able to locate. Of those 10 requests, 1 was denied, 9 were approved, and the residence levels were from 36 to 112 throughout the years, and here they are. Once again, this is a SketchUp elevation close-up from Lilac, the proposed Lilac Lane, and what the minimal care facilities would look like. And then the findings, I didn't get that SP in there correctly, but these are the findings that need to be made for a special use permit. Once again, is it in conformance with the comprehensive plan? We have talked about the comprehensive plan in the beginning through the annexation and zone change request. 2 is the design and planning of the site compatible with the location, setting, and existing uses on adjacent properties. Finding B9 of the subdivision speaks to this, as well as finding B9 photos of the site also in finding B9, and B8B, which is the PUDs for the applicant's narrative. and adjacent uses are residential, and the site abuts Interstate 90. So location, design, and size. Will it be adequately served by the existing streets, public facilities, and services? Once again, the staff comments that I have referred to a number of times throughout my report, which can be found at B8B under subdivision. All right, so here are the findings once again. And then here are the recommended conditions. These actually apply to these three as a whole. So Planning Commission must determine the maximum number of residents and creation of a homeowners association. Hopefully you guys have read through these. There's a number of them. Engineering conditions here for the flood elevation and being able to cross the area where the street is proposed for a flood event. And talks about Fernan Hill adjoining 3 upper lots, grant access to the roadway, continuing engineering conditions there, as well as water conditions. This one, they may have to provide up to a 12-inch main. The final size determination will be dependent on the fire flows that are needed for the site. Continuing water, the same along Lilac Lane, and wastewater requirements there. And I believe that was it. So we did send out notices. We sent out 53 notices. Afterwards, we realized that there were a total of over 200 plus mailings that would be associated with the project. So legally, we did not have to send out the mailings, but we did send out 53. They didn't go to the adjacent property where all the apartments were.
Now, why legally did you not have to?
Because there was more than 200 that were required. Our code allows us to not have to mail if there's more than 200 mailings that need to be made. But like I said, we did mail out to all the owners. So Planning Commission must consider this request and make appropriate findings to approve, deny, or deny without prejudice. And with that, that is the end of my staff report.
So that's it, huh?
That's it, yeah.
That is it.
All right. Does anyone have any questions? Peter?
A couple. First of all, can we change the zoning from hillside to something other? Is that within our authorization?
The hillside is, that's not a request that's before you tonight. The code is essentially set up the areas where the hillside overlay sits. You can, through the PUD process, change some of the rules, and so you have one of those requests before you tonight.
But here I thought it said that they want to change the R3 hillside to a mixed use. So I would read that you're removing the hillside.
If it's over 15%, they're going to be subject to the hillside ordinance.
So what is an R3 hillside designation?
So R3 is the current zoning in the property. It's subject to the hillside, and then the change is they have a couple of different zoning districts that they're going to. They will also still be subject to the hillside ordinance, with the exception of the one area where they've asked for a change through the PUD.
So the hillside ordinance, R3, unless the elevation change exceeds something, then it automatically gets the hillside designation.
Yeah, so you're still across the site subject to the hillside in areas over 15%, subject to that one change
So
to
the
the
only
PUD.
hillside that will be modified would be that one that they're...
That one area.
Secondly, now, I know that I assume this is city code, I've seen it happen, where people remodel their houses and so forth. They don't tear it down, but they remodel it, so they can stay within the same building parameters, setbacks and so forth, that were authorized at the time their home was initially built. I would call that a grandfather clause. Maybe that is or is not the case. But here you have a building site that's been there for 50 years, and they want, why would it need to be changed if it's been there on the hillside thing for 50 years? That was the explanation I thought I heard. Isn't it grandfathered in?
I guess I'm not following your question.
They said they wanted to change the one property, remove the hillside designation, because there's been a structure on it for 50 years.
So, as I understand it through their request, they are requesting that change because the footprint of the building has already exceeded the amount of disturbable area that's through the hillside ordinance and partially leveled. And so if they remove that structure to build anew, they want to be able to use that already disturbed area.
Okay. Could you talk a little bit about the private versus public wastewater? I believe that when we have a sewer, my house connects to this, I know where it goes because when we remodeled it, and I saw the guy dig it, put the sewer line in and hooked up to the city sewer line. So I assume my responsibility as a homeowner is from my residence to the city sewer.
Gordon here to answer those questions. Thanks.
Sure. So specifically, what can I answer for you?
What's the difference between the two?
So a public sewer is maintained by the public, a private sewer is maintained by the private. In this case, it would be the HOA.
And what kind of assurances would the city have that the homeowner association would maintain that?
The same assurances we have with anything that's maintained by an HOA, whether it's a road or a sewer, anything. So it ends up in the CC&Rs, spelled out that that's their responsibility.
And the sewer goes then across the several pieces of private property. The city doesn't need to have access for maintenance, whatnot. If something happens, that's the homeowner association's job to do whatever they have to do to correct it.
That's correct.
And in the event it is uncorrected for a period of time, do the residents have to move? They can't use the sewer?
So we're kind of branching off into hypothetical here. Don't quite know where to go with that. I mean, hypothetically, if the sewer isn't fixed, you've got Panhandle Health involved, it blossoms into a big issue. So we've never seen that happen. There's too much impact for the sewer to go unresolved. So, and the HOA would set up there similar to the city, where there would be common portions that are maintained by the HOA, and, for example, single laterals would be private, the lot owner, similar to what the city does. That's how we've seen it done.
They still have to meet city code. You prescribe the size of the pipe, et cetera.
No, it's actually building code.
Yeah,
it's building
city.
code. Yeah,
City.
so it goes through the building department, and the plumbing code defines what, the construction of the system. And we have those systems around the city. Up on Fernand Hill, there's one. Destel Meadows put one in. There's probably more that I can't remember, but it's not uncommon.
Okay.
We try to avoid it because we already have the structure set up for city maintained, but every once in a while it's easier to go this way. It's not too dissimilar from, private streets. Every once in a while, because of the uniqueness of the facility, it may make more sense, or, things like that.
Okay. Thank you.
So Gordon, what you were stating, I just want to lead into that. I don't want to jump in, but I wanted to lead in on that, in that we have already existing in the community private sewer systems.
Correct.
And you have found those to be successful?
So, to the
That was the
extent that we
question that I had.
interact with them, we have not heard that
Any
they
problems?
failed, or they haven't come. I've been here, 20-plus years, and never seen
Right.
one want to come back into the city. So yeah, that's how I would say define successful.
Okay. And water. I read that something about the water system, and that also would be privatized? No,
That's public.
that'll be public.
Yeah.
Okay, because there was some questioning when I was reading. It kind of confused me. I thought maybe that also would be private.
No, water is
Okay,
public.
so-
Real quickly, the distinction between water and sewer here is, water is pressure, so you can pretty much solve any problem with water. I don't know that we've allowed a private system, in fact, I know we haven't since I've been here. We've inherited a few through annexations that are still private. Hoffman Water up north, across the river, Blackwell, that's private. But sewer, because it has to flow by gravity, sometimes you go into, as is the case with this development, goes into a lift station. Well, we have policies, we don't like to maintain smaller lift stations, so we convert them to private. A good example of that is Orchard Lands, where the lower half of that was too low to gravity, so it went into a small lift station. Council's approved a policy that says if it's going to be a city maintained lift station, it needs to be really more than 50 residents to be economically effective, if you will. So that's really the difference.
Gordon, I have just another quick question, and that is in regards to the creek that comes through there and the drainage. And
Correct.
there was something that was stated that the applicant had a different idea on how to maintain it. Is that what was stated in this? I didn't quite get that clarity as to what the city was asking. And some of these, I thought that the applicant was asking for something different, thought they could do something a little bit better, or, because it sounded as if they weren't going your direction. Am I correct in
I
reading
don't
it
think
that way?
so.
Okay, so.
I think that in our discussions with the applicant, there were two issues. The sewer has to cross that floodway to get to, ultimately, to the city system.
Okay.
And the road crosses the floodway, so we have a condition in there that says you have to build a structure, whether it's
Bridge.
a bridge or a pipe or whatever,
Right.
that will pass a 100-year flood. So
Okay.
those two conditions stand, and I'm,
But the grassy swales, everything, all types of drainage has to be adhered to all city standards and codes and.
yeah, and we do have some flexibility in that as to, location, size. So we custom fit it as we're able to, and they've done a good job of placing those in ways that allow them to develop on the hillside. It gets a little bit more deliberate when you're doing that with swales, but we reviewed all that and it all looks fine.
And what about the county or the road that's not part, which would be, I think, Fernan Hill Road?
Correct?
How can we address that when we don't know how the Fernan Hill Road people, whoever is the entity that delegates what happens on that road? As a planning commission on those 3 lots that are up on the hill, how can we say, okay, they can have those lots, but we're not sure if they'll give them the okay to have access to the road? Are you kind of following my drift?
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, we don't come into this blind. The East Side Higher District is aware of this. They have a policy of allowing single-family. It's not whether or not they would allow the access. It's really more the specifics of where would they put the access to that specific lot, what kind of approach would they specifically require.
Egress kind of thing.
Right. So it's more the details, not the approve or not approve. You don't have to worry about that.
So that is not something that we should concern ourselves of if, in fact, this is approved and those 3 lots are part and parcel of the PUD.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll
All right,
work out the
it's yours.
details of construction with East Side.
Thank you, Gordon.
Gordon, I have a couple of you, and I want to come back and ask Sean a quick question, too, if I could. But similar to the kind of the county piece, or the county road theme here, on the south end of the property, those are existing homes that get incorporated into the development, and I assume, replatted when they come into the city. And I don't know, but perhaps when the applicant comes up, I can better understand which of those homes stays, if any, and which goes, and we'll understand that later. But with respect to the road on that south end, it looked like in the picture there, and it's been a long time since I've been to the north end of Lilac, it looked like it was gravel, dirt street. So the line that I see that be the south boundary of the annexation, does that nice and cleanly line up with where we would inherit County Road and make it paved? And I didn't see a condition for, paving stuff that's left over or anything. So would it give us a clean paved thoroughfare all the way through
Right.
there?
Yeah, we'll annex, I believe, to Sherman Avenue or Fernand Lake Road. We'll inherit it down to there. And they are going to reconstruct with their project. So you'll have what's gravel now will be, part of it will be even elevated more than what it is and paved.
And the second question, the 50-foot right-of-way, the 28-foot road, and the 10-foot path, it looks like you and fire, I'm assuming, are reasonably comfortable with that. I don't see any,
It meets the new
comments or-
subdivision standards, 28 feet, parking one side. The right-of-way was a little, I believe the typical right-of-way is 55. They asked for a variance on that, and then sidewalks both side, but they're putting a wider sidewalk on one side, and again, to facilitate construction. So, yes, engineering-wise, we're fine.
Thank you. Sean, if I could ask a question, if you could maybe pull up that map that has the cul-de-sac and these minimal care facility. While you're doing that, is a minimal care facility the same as an assisted living facility?
I don't believe, is it?
The way that the code defines minimal care is that it is people that are able to take care of themselves, but choose not to. They would rather have help. So assisted care, I don't even believe assisted care is defined in ours. It is, they refer to each other. We can pull that up.
The quick answer is yes. It's essentially what you would think of if you're thinking of assisted living. It's typically people who are not completely incapacitated, who can care for themselves on some level, but choose to have some level of assistance. So it's sort of a lower intensity assisted living facility.
Okay. So we can kind of see it from here, Sean. That'll work. The question on the, I was trying to wrestle in my mind of the, comfortability with the 5-foot setback to the cul-de-sac. And, this is an unusual, I guess, configuration. Normally, I would think that standard is there more when the whole cul-de-sac is circled with single-family residences. And so this is a little bit peculiar in that cul-de-sac is almost kind of a driveway, if you will. But what becomes kind of the effective, if you will, the effective front yard setback would be the distance between, right there, thank you. What is that?
The distance
What is
between the
that
roads.
distance?
It's sort of, in this case, the side yard becomes the front yard, if you're following me.
Right. You can see Lilac Lane, and it's proposed at 28 feet in width, and it's fairly close to that.
It's like
I haven't put a scale
30
to it, but I would say it's in excess of 20 feet.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, so you're,
Was
is that it?
To follow up on the setbacks, was the setback part of the
Sorry.
process we used when we talked about heights of buildings, so forth, to give lower profile, whatnot? So we want to have a setback like this and a setback like that, so the view of the roof would be a little different?
I guess I'm not following exactly where you're headed.
In our overlay districts, we have some setbacks, or the height changes depending on what you're next to. That's not true generically. It wouldn't apply here,
So it's just overlay districts that applies to?
typically, yes.
Secondly, now we have to determine what the maximum capacity is of these facilities. When we've done that in the past, what criteria do we use?
So the code doesn't provide a criteria specifically for you. I think you would base that on what you hear tonight regarding the impact to the neighborhood. The applicant's asking for a range, say 50 to 70. So you're looking at what number do you think makes sense given the access to the site, to the parking requirements for the site, the impacts on the neighbors, those types of conditions and criterias.
Not health, not emergency, not things of that nature.
I think emergency is sort of wrapped into the site, I mean, site access, and so you're going to have road access from two sides, so I'm not sure that that would necessarily drive the analysis. I think it would be more about what are the impacts created by this number versus that number.
Very good.
Probably traffic, but very few people drive in those places.
Okay, let's see.
Thank you.
Mike has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I had a quick question. I was hoping to follow up on John's comments regarding the county portion at the south end. And I've been looking through all my notes, and I can't seem to locate it, so I apologize if it's in there. Are all those homes already on some sort of sewer system? Are they connected, or are they on their own separate septic system? How is that currently set up? I'm just curious to know if there's going to be a required change to connect them in.
I don't know the answer to that. The applicant might be able to speak to that.
Okay,
The areas that are coming
okay.
in the annexation, they would
Okay.
certainly speak to.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks. We can't take direct testimony from the audience out there. Thanks. So is there any other questions for the
Thank you.
staff here? Is that it for now? Okay. So we'll do public testimony now. And the applicant will have up to 30 minutes if they need that. And then we'll take testimony from the members of the public, and each member of the public will have up to 5 minutes. And if you'd like to testify, there's a sign-up sheet in the back. And then you'd step up to the podium here and state your name. I'll have to swear you in because this is quasi-judicial. So, Dick, I guess I would assume you're the representative of the applicant. You're standing up there, and okay. So go ahead and state your name.
Dick Stauffer, Miller Stauffer Architects, 601 Front Avenue, Coeur d'Alene.
Okay, Dick, and you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I'm
All
Dick
yours.
Stauffer. The applicant is actually Larry Fluitt, who's the distinguished blonde man on the right-hand side in the front row there. And he came to us a year or so ago and with an idea of this area. And over the course of that, we met with Sean and Chris Bates and Warren a number of times, and each time it was annexation, and then zone change, and then subdivision, and then PUD, and then most recently special use permit, and we had a Yahtzee. So I don't think it's nearly as complicated as it appears on the surface, but that seems to be the vehicle necessary to get to the end. And so what I'm going to do in this presentation is, and a lot of the questions that came up, I think we can show a lot of things graphically that I think kind of cut to the chase and why we're doing things the way we are. And a lot of it, from our perspective, just appears to be common sense kind of development. And in the end, we think that there's a lot of win-win here. Okay. Click through. Okay. Right click. You all know down here, lower right-hand corner, down by the Lake Villa Apartments is our site. And I think one of the interesting things about this site is it's probably one of the only, I think, forest wrecking yard, maybe Lost Avenue down by Tubbs Hill are probably only the two acreage privately held pieces south of Appleway left. So this is a definite infill that at some point would be before you. You've seen a number of these slides that I think Sean did a great job of kind of summarizing the project of where we are and what the adjacencies are. But you can see it's a pretty good sized piece, and I think I'm going to make a reference to McEwen Field, but I think over the course of that work, the piece that people never really understood is how big it was, and I think and now they're starting to feel that, and I think this has some of the same characterizations, whereas it's really a big piece of ground, and unless you actually get out there and walk in it, you don't really understand how much is involved here. So I'm going to walk you through. Sean showed you this slide. This is right off of Pennsylvania, off the corner there. The white gate enters the property. There's a driveway. There was an old homestead, a farm up here for a number of years that was abandoned 3 or 4 years ago and has since fallen into disrepair and is probably a great attraction to 12-year-old boys, I'm guessing. There is a wetlands such that it is. Mostly it's a puddle of water with a little bit of trickle. Comes out of Ponderosa Golf Course area. And there is a little bit of standing water there, but most of it, it's just hard to get your feet wet. But it could be cleaned up. It's so dense and thick that you can't really move through there. But part of our goal in our open space would be to clean this up, allow the water to be visible, put some picnicking areas down in this area. This is looking the opposite direction of where you could see that puddle looking upstream. I mean, it's not, you can't move it through it without a fight. The overall development includes 2 large structures that are assisted living, minimal care facilities, 7 duplexes, and then 6 single-family residences, a total of 15 buildings. This is out in the middle, photographs where the assisted living structures would be. There's the existing house that obviously has been getting visited from someone. But really, a lot of relatively flat ground, big trees, mature, fir and pine. And as you saw from some of the previous development photos, the idea would be to maintain a lot of the forest, certainly in the designated open spaces and then in and around the proposed structures. This is actually what you don't see clearly, but right at the top you can see one of the homes up on Fernan Hill. There's almost, I think our proposal said 120 feet, but it's 110 feet from Fernan Hill Road down to the bottom of the site. So there's a lot of relief on the site, but most of it happens in the back 1/3, where it rises about 60 feet from our proposed, actually 70 feet from our proposed large structure building site up to Fernan Hill Road. This is looking up that direction as well. Moving toward the middle of the site, now you're looking at the freeway. Once again, either in their wisdom or through Mother Nature, the hillside adjacent to the freeway has been seeded with these the pines, and the pines have done real well. And so I guess at this point that's 50 years worth of growth on there, and so there's actually a pretty good forest on the side of the freeway. The acoustics aren't as challenging as you might think. It's actually pretty peaceful down in there. There is a logging road that kind of wanders through the site and is pretty much the pathway that we've chosen to put a meandering road through the site. But very, very pleasant in there, and with its adjacency to the freeway. View out over the top, you can see the horizon line there. And so this view looks 30 to 40 feet over the top of the structures that we're suggesting down in the valley. Coming from the other end, I show this one just to give you orientation. This is the Sherman Overpass interchange of I-90 and Sherman Avenue. So just on the right side of the slide, you start to see the radius of Lilac Lane. As you turn there, and I think a lot of people probably live here don't even know that exists down there. But that street has been there for some time. The Foss ladies have lived down there for a long time, and this road leads into that subdivision. As you move past, this is Lake Villa on your right, the high-density apartment complex, and now you're moving down to where these 4 single-family residences are, and the stake right down here, this flag, is where the road would move on through the development. But there are 3 nicely maintained ranch-style homes that would be maintained, and I think that was one of the questions. What will be down here? But this home, I've only got 2 of them in the photograph, and this home here, and this happens to be the home where we've asked for the exclusion on the hillside ordinance, because right behind this home, the site rises up real rapidly, and so by definition, this site is in the hillside ordinance and would require engineering and a soil survey should it require a building permit over a certain, and so we were just thinking as a practical measure if this lot could be exempted from the hillside ordinance since the building pad has been established. That was the reason for that reason. That is not a deal breaker in anything, but it was a practical request. The existing city boundary, the annexation, it's almost a nuisance annexation. You can see the city approaching it from all sides. And the only reason, as Warren alluded to, that these properties aren't in up here, these are all septic tank properties up here. And I'm going to put on my other hat for just one moment. This finger of city property right here, I actually own, and am working on a home for myself, which will be done later this fall. And so when I say these things, I have skin in the game for adjacency as well as using the roadways around here. So, we talk the talk and walk the walk here as part of this presentation. Reasons why this parcel hasn't been previously developed. Proximity to the freeway, it's not perfect for everybody. I think it's certainly not an exclusive neighborhood. There are lots of successful residential neighborhoods adjacent to the freeway, but the closer you get, the less desirable it gets for most people. The topography and the soil challenges of extending. This is an area, all of Fernan Hill is an area where there's rock subsurface. You don't know where it is until you find it. But we know there's rock in there. And then on the back side of the lot, there's some very steep grades. So not everything is a perfect match for this site. The access has been blocked previously on those things by adjacent ownerships. And you will hear testimony from adjacent ownerships that were vehemently opposed to previous developments, but are now on board for this as proposed. And the French Gulch drainage. The water coming out of French Gulch goes through Ponderosa Golf Course and then ultimately ends up down in this area. And for about half the year, it's relatively dry, but in the spring and up until about now, it runs relatively. And you need to, as Gordon said, build the vehicular access and all the utilities across this, and there is a significant expenditure that has to go to do it right and to meet city standards, and not everyone is willing to step up to do that. As I said previously, I know some of the past developments were 70 to 80 units, apartments. We're looking in, probably in, 30 to 40 buildings. We're looking at 15 buildings, with 2 of them being assisted living, where the traffic, the in and outs are relatively infrequent. The car parks aren't as dense. This is a type of development in our aging demographic, and it's not Coeur d'Alene, but all over the country, where these kinds of developments are needed and continue to be developed. We're looking for areas that have access to arterials that are still a little bit serene and have pleasant surroundings for these folks to live in, but they don't generate a lot of traffic, and they're really pretty good neighbors. And I think most of us live in neighborhoods. The one that people see is Bumblebee down on Sherman Avenue. There's also a smaller Bumblebee right across adjacent to Fernan School, and you really don't even see that they're there because they don't generate a lot of traffic, and most of the residents are there most of the time. The green areas, Sean showed you this slide similar. All the green areas are designated open space. That's roughly 25% of the whole site. The deviations from standards, and Sean touched on these. We talked about the right-of-way in the section. The setbacks, the assisted living, and I think maybe it was John that kind of summarized that. Really, it's a private access to those areas. And that dimension on the front, the main street is about 30 feet back from that street. But the cul-de-sac itself, this area becomes really a drop-off zone for these. And since most of the parking is underneath these buildings, that gives you a direct access to drop people right at their front door and allow those vehicles to proceed. There is additional surface parking right in this area here. But that's what that request is about for this setback from the cul-de-sac. The sanitary sewer, Gordon explained that. This is really a convenience to serve these by a gravity opportunity. The sewer, because much of this area up here does not have sewer and it does not extend down this far, this is a place where we're already building sewer. There's already going to be some private area because of the lift station down here. We're adding to that, and the city wastewater department and city engineering saw that that was not an unreasonable request. Lots 2 and 3, Block 2. This is an architectural request. This this is very schematic. This is not so much a design as it is a placeholder for buildings of this height. We would like, because these roof lines will not be seen really from above, they'll be seen driving past, and even through the trees, you'll hardly see this from the freeway. But as the architectural design gets firmed up, we would like the ability, this meets the 45-foot standard right here. We would like the ability to manipulate those roof forms to be most architecturally pleasing. And Sean had recommended that we come to you with this request, so we're not coming back to you a year from now and saying, can we have 5 more feet to change our roof line? This is, once again, we see it as a practical request. Lots 1, 2, and 3. This is the 0 setback to the garage and turning the garage up on Fernand Hill Road. And this is, there are 27 lots. Here are 5 are vacant, 15 basically are built on the property line. This is very typical of how the homes on Fernand Hill Drive are built. They're all built to that. So this is an extension of that subdivision in a similar vein. And lastly, the first one I mentioned was that existing lot with a house on it, and that was just because the pad is already there. The back half strikes up, so by definition, it is a hillside lot that it is already established. That is this lot in this home right here. Now I'm going to give you a little moving through here, and this, I think, once again, will give you a great feel for what this proposal is about. It may have to load. I'm really hopeful this runs.
Touch the space bar once.
Looks like you're going to have to play the video off a separate file in the folder on the desktop.
Yeah.
Guidance, because I haven't seen one of those. Click right down there in that corner. Yep, right there. There should be. Double click it. There you go.
I don't remember.
Yep, there you go.
There we go. Okay. So anyway, this is moving up from Pennsylvania. As you move through, and this is a winding, there's your 28-foot section, and come up, and there's a little bit of a rise. This rises up at about, maxes out at about 6%, raises a total of about 25 feet, puts you right middle of development. I'm sorry this is so light on a small screen. It's quite a bit more vibrant. But this puts you, and you can see in this, the trees are actually placed where they are on the survey. So this is how wooded this actually is. As you crest out, plus this 30 feet would be the entry to the cul-de-sac. And then you would turn and move into here. And you can see in both of these, there's an entrance to a garage right in these areas. So basically 80% of the vehicles are parked on the surface out of the way. You move further on down the road. All this area on your left is open space. That's treed open space. This is a true horizon line looking out here. And we're going to turn and look basically down the hill at the flat spot, which is where the duplexes ride. And you'll see the freeway in the background, and you'll see a true horizon line on that as well. So this is a slightly depressed. This is down 7 or 8 feet from the roadway, and you're seeing this series of duplexes, and you're seeing that horizon line you're seeing in behind here. That is actually the freeway up there, which is about 80 to 100 feet behind these. And then as you move on through, you start to approach the Foss subdivision toward the end of the road, which breaks you back onto the existing Lilac Lane. Just get that back.
Go down, yeah, right there.
Okay. Where am I here?
Just click on through.
To go all the way through again.
I can't get past it. There we go. Okay, and then looking down, once again, I apologize for the quality of the slide here, but you see Fernan Hill Road up here, and these once again are taken, these are right off, or on top of an aerial photograph. This is Lilac Lane winding through the treed section down 60 to 70 feet below Fernan Hill Road, and then the freeway elevated about 30 feet above this area where the duplexes lie down in here. With that, I'd like to open it up to questions.
Okay, so, looks like you had your hand up first.
Dick, a few questions. I think on your slide, I saw one that said that the existing homes would be connected to city sewer as part of this deal?
Yeah,
correct?
this home right here, this home right here, and this home right here are single families that are intended to be retained on their own lots in the new subdivision and would be hooked up to the city sewer system.
Kind of on the theme of the south end of this thing, you touched on kind of a notion of why previous iterations of this project did not proceed forward, and you said, access was blocked or whatnot. Is this iteration unique in that it incorporates
Yes.
all of those?
Yeah, and I think you'll hear some testimony following mine here that will be some of the most vehement criticism of previous developments. The other thing, and just because you've opened up my door one more time, the utility-wise, we're putting some lots on sewer that wouldn't have been on sewer otherwise. I think by doing this, the water loop is significant, and I won't give you the engineering aspects, but not only servicing this area, but connecting all the way back to 17th or 19th, with a major loop line that will help the people off of Pennsylvania, and 23rd will increase their water pressure and loop all the way down to Sherman. This gives another fire access. I think the woods will be cleaned up as a result of this, reducing fire danger within the area. So there's some neighborhood things that are definite enhancements with this kind of a development going in.
Two other quick ones. Why 70 units? Why 70 units in the
It is
minimal-
performa-based, and we probably are our own worst enemy in saying 25 to 30. What will happen is they'll work backwards, and really the footprints will look very little different depending on the resident level. Sean will tell you a lot of what we're doing here is driven by the parking. It's a very low parking because of the parking required, but stuffing them all under those pads, we have kind of a finite, and 35 is where we max out our parking. That's what we can park under cover of building, basically.
Lastly, there are 11 conditions that staff has sketched up. Have you reviewed those, and are you in concurrence with them?
Yes. And we have talked with those at length in our previous meetings with staff, and yeah, we are on board with everything that's been recommended.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else?
Questions?
Right,
Do you have any
I guess
questions? No questions?
I guess you're all done for now, Dick.
If I can, I know this is not what you want to see, but I took these Friday night.
I do have a question for Dick in regards to duplexes. Was it because of the freeway and the thought that you could best market duplexes versus homes in that location?
Yeah, I think so. I think I'll let Mr. Flute will come up and testify at some point here. But I think exactly that these are, they're backed up to the freeway, and there are some successful single-family developments that are backed into the freeway.
Right.
The noise is not as big as you would think, but it is still not the ultimate residential setting, and for rent units are probably in a better situation than single-family.
And then I'll let the gentleman who has the property or that's looking at the minimal care or assisted living, whatever we choose to call it. I'm struggling a little bit with the thought of trying to put a number to that. And it's a little difficult for me to...
As the applicant, we would very much like you to say not to exceed 35 per building.
Not to exceed 35, but not necessarily to go below that because of, that's the pressure. That's the level.
Yeah. And I will apologize in advance of not thinking that thoroughly through, because certainly from a performance base, we could back off and no one would care. But if you push forward, then it becomes an issue again. But it doesn't really substantially change the footprint either way.
Yeah, it's just a decision we have to make,
Right.
and I'm not quite sure how to get my arms around it. And that's one, but I'll have to think of others. But that's just the one, really, that I'm not quite sure how to approach it. But okay, anybody else?
I think, we're probably going to be talking more about the number of units on the assisted living. For me, I just look at it as making a decision of what's reasonable and prudent. They're asking
Right.
for a number. Is that a reasonable and prudent number?
I know for
For
those
the
type of homes
infrastructure
it
that's
is.
there.
Yeah, but
I don't think we need to, have the expertise to calculate a formula for it or something. So that's how I look at it.
okay.
Whatever that's worth. Was there anything else for Dick while he's here? I guess you're all done for now, Dick. You'll have some rebuttal time later.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll go down the list now for public testimony. And then when it's your turn, you can just come on up here to the podium and state your name. Okay, Norm Gissel. Have you in opposition you would like to testify?
Good evening. Am I supposed to be sworn in?
Yeah, you state your name first, then I swear you in.
Norman Gissel, 2630 Fernand Hill Road, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
Okay, now, do you swear that you'll tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay?
First of all, I would like to make several general comments. We've been here before, and two of the current members of this commission were here earlier, and I'd like to restate those arguments that we made a number of years ago. This has been a condition of living on Fernand Hill Road that didn't ever exist before, and that's the constant worry and concern about what's going to happen on this 13 acres of land. When I bought this land, I live adjacent. If you want to, could you put one of those maps back up, those area maps? I'll just show you right, this one would be fine. I'll show you where I live.
Just a second here.
That,
You can use this as a pointer.
I live right there where that arrow is. So I have a little half-acre parcel there. And when my wife and I decided to move, we lived down in the lower part of the town, and we decided to move up there because this was a stable neighborhood, and because it was not Fernan Hill per se, but the fact that historically this was single-family units, and we weren't going to be disturbed by constant coming down to planning and zoning and battling with whatever it is. But unfortunately, we've been here ever since. All of Fernan Hill, for as long as there's been houses up there, that's been single-family. And what happens in planning and zoning is that once you break that shell, once you break that covenant that exists between the city and its residents, once you break that agreement, then that changes the dynamic for the entire area. Now, Cherry Hill is going to be fine just the way it is. People buy homes on Cherry Hill because it's exactly the way it's going to be from the next 20 to 30 to 40 years. We thought we were doing that on Fernan Hill. It's the same type of people, it's the same concerns, the Cherry Hill people and the Fernan Hill people. And we thought there was this umbrella, this envelope that couldn't be violated and shouldn't be violated. And we don't want this commission to tell us that we have to be in constant vigilance, because if we have multiple family dwellings on Fernan Hill at any level, then the people that were eventually going to buy my house when I pass away, and my neighbor up there, that's all going to be multiple family. Why shouldn't it? It's really a beautiful view from up there. It's a tremendous view. And why wouldn't a developer want to maximize the value of that? And then what happens is you move across the road. This is me in computers. You move across the road, and because those properties that I and my neighbors own would be multiple family dwellings, then there's not a single thing to prevent the other people from doing it. And eventually, you moved eastward and with multiple family dwellings. So the way to stop that is to stop it at its initial phase. So we feel, my friends and I and my neighbors and I feel very violated by this constant attention that's being drawn to this 13-acre parcel. And we don't object to development of that property consistent with its current zoning, whatever that is. It's these other additional things that they do. And I want to mention water. It says right here in black and white in the report, the Planning Commission staff report on page 6, there is insufficient capacity in the area public water system to provide adequate domestic irrigation and fire flow to the subject property. That's what it says. There's going to have to be a tremendous amount of infrastructure to bring the right amount of potable and fire retardant waters to this area. And then there's wastewater. It says the wastewater utility has no objection to these requests, but you go on to page 7. This project presents constraints that make public sewer availability prohibitive and non-conforming to current water, waste, utility sewer policies. So what the planners of the city say is, well, it is public sewer availability is prohibitive and non-conforming, so we'll let the developer and the homeowners struggle with that issue. And you made a correct comment, Mr. Luttrip, that when you're in a single-family residence, you build a sewer line from your house out to the main line, and that's yours, and the main line is the city's. What we're talking about here is a very complicated series of single-family, multi-family, and very intense use of the 70 people that are going to be living in these nursing homes. And all of that, 13 acres of sewer lines are going to be privately owned. I don't think anywhere in Coeur d'Alene do you have that large of a subdivision that's all privately owned. And I don't think the road's going to be designed to be privately owned. Maybe it is. I didn't hear that in the testimony. And I have one other thing, because I own another piece of property on Hill Street, which is just to the north of that top yellow line there. And the Fernand Creek runs through my property. And it is a substantial body of water as it runs through my property and disappears into the basalt that's in this area. And I see nothing in these plans that it's going to be an engineering struggle for them to do that, but I see nothing presented that is going to protect the water running through and keep it from backing up onto my property and to other properties. It says objective, and I'm just nearly done here, objective 3.16 says that your goal is to ensure infrastructure and essential services are available prior to approval for properties seeking development. And I don't think that the presenters here, the advocates, have met that test. Protect and preserve, objective 3.05, protect and preserve existing neighborhoods for incompatible land uses and developments. I don't think that test has been met. Objective 4.02, provide quality services to all of our residents, potable water, sewer, and stormwater systems, street maintenance, fire and police protection, street lights, recycling, etc. I don't think that objective has been met. So I think this is a complicated process, complicated proposal, but I don't think it meets the basic features that the citizens of Coeur d'Alene, the citizens of this area, expect from this commission, and we would expect that you would reject this as you have so many times in the past. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Or, excuse me, are there any questions?
No, guess not.
Okay.
Okay, no. Larry Fluitt, have you in favor, do not wish to testify? Now you can change your mind. Did you wish to testify? Okay, come on up. Okay, just state your name.
I'm going to have to excuse myself because I have a very difficult time hearing. You
Sure.
may ask me a question that I may not answer correctly. But and I cannot add to anything to the presentation. It was fantastic as far as I can tell. But anyway, so then if you'll excuse me, I cannot, because I cannot hear your questions.
Okay,
So I'm sorry.
sure. Okay, and I have Marilee Foss in favor, and you'd like to testify.
Charlene is going to go first, she's going to go second. Is that okay?
Okay, sure, okay. So you're Charlene?
I'm Charlene.
Charlita, okay, yeah, Charlita, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, just state your name and address up there, and I'll swear you
My
in.
name is Charlita Foss. I live on 412 North Lilac Lane. My house was the yellow house.
Okay, and you swear the testimony you're going to give us will be the whole truth and
Yes,
nothing
I
but the
do.
truth, so help you God. Okay, go ahead.
I'm 100% in favor of this project. I was raised on this property. My mother bought that property when I was 4 years old. I will be 77, July 7th. Talk about changes. Fernand Hill doesn't want to have any changes. When I was a kid, I hiked all over there. There were less than 10 houses up there. Most of that building is now houses that was dairy farms. Fernand French Gulch Creek used to go through our property into Fernand Lake. When the freeway was built, they blocked the creek. I played in that creek. The freeway blocked it. That's what's causing the flooding by the one house. My older sister used to live in that house. The reason I'm a little upset is because I couldn't hear a word you guys were saying. I know I'm getting old, but I couldn't hear. I'm also I'm a retired public school teacher in Coeur d'Alene School District, so I appreciate you two young guys. We didn't have a choice on the freeway. We didn't have a choice on Lake Villa. Talk about changes in our lifestyle. We had 3 city lots. We had 5 acres. We had a mini farm. We had no choice. Now, I know you don't want to have building on Fernan Hill, but we are surrounded by buildings. I'm 100%. I'm getting older. I need to get out of the stairs in my house. I love my house. We've had huge gardens. You know where the deer come now? They're coming down from Fernan Hill to our property because of all the building. I've even had somebody from Fernan Hill light fireworks down to my property and cause it to get on fire. Think I was too happy about the people on Fernan Hill? I hope and I pray that this time the project will go through. It's a good project. We need it. It is not going to cause anywhere near the traffic that you people think. One thing I am going to ask, no matter what, the people on Lake Villa coming out of those apartments onto Lilac Lane do not stop. They come barging through. I think there needs to be a stop sign. Now, the stop sign's not going to stop them, but it's going to make it legal. We've almost been in several accidents because the people in Fernan Village, Lake Villa, don't stop. Now, there's not that much traffic, but we stop both ways, going north and south. A deer was killed there 2 years ago. Its leg was severed almost because somebody out of Lake Villa came bombing out of there. How do we know? Because the police came and told us. I guess that's all I have to say.
Okay. I thank you for your testimony.
I'm Marilee Foss. I live at 401 North Lilac Lane, and I hope I'm talking loud enough to be heard. It's hard to respond to something when you can't hear anything that's been said. You are the most soft-spoken people I have heard in years. And I'm not deaf. You are not projecting. I'm a teacher. I have a gymnasium voice. You can hear me.
Maybe they need
The
to
house
turn...
I was raised in would be in the middle of the eastbound freeway lane. You think you've lost something? We lost half of our property. We have the freeway in our backyard. We have Lake Villa, and when Lake Villa started building and changed the road, my mother sat down in her backyard and cried because in our peaceful end of town, she all of a sudden had 3 roads around her house. Our people come down our road because it's peaceful. It's no longer peaceful. The best thing we have are your deer from up above. We love them and we hate them. Our garden is fenced. We're waiting to see the first fawn. It's about time, since we have lost almost half of what we've ever had, and sitting there watching our mother cry in her backyard. I don't pity the people on Fernan Hill. We used to go up there and sled down it to the bottom and walk up and do it 3 or 4 times. There wasn't much traffic. Go up there and look now. It's all houses. Donards, Monards, farms are no longer there. Seagraves don't live there anymore. It's all you people that moved up above for the view. We have a very peaceful place. This project is a perfect fit for this environment, and I am 100% in favor of it. It is a lot less dense than that 2003 fiasco. Larry has done and gone out of his way to cover every detail, no matter what Gissel says. This guy is high quality, and anything that goes on that property built by Larry is going to be extremely high quality, and it's going to make Hagedorn's fence look like it's a fallen down ghetto. Thank you.
Okay.
I didn't get sworn in because I talked all the time.
But now, well, but I didn't want to stop you because, you know, you were saying some important things.
My anger that I've been sitting.
but
I
I'll
was
bet-
regretting talking tonight because not hearing what you were saying and all of this building up, I wasn't going to say a word because I couldn't handle it, and you can tell how I feel.
Why-
I'm upset.
Yeah, well, I guess they can check the microphones. I don't know. Hopefully everyone
I
can
don't know
hear
how
us
many
out
of you
there.
could hear what was said tonight,
No.
but we could not.
But now, you probably
apologize.
swear that everything you said was the whole truth and nothing
Yeah,
but the
you
truth,
better
so help
believe
you
it.
God.
I can't raise my arm any higher.
Okay, that's good enough.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. All right. Okay, next I have Armando, is it Hurtado? Armando Hurtado? Okay, sorry about that. Just come on up and state your name.
Armando Hurtado, 2795 Fernan Hill Road.
All right, and you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to concur and agree with everything that Mr. Norm Gissel stated. I also live on Fernan Hill, as I stated. I am a neighbor to Mr. Stauffer and Gissel. I live a couple doors up from Mr. Stauffer. I'll try not to repeat what Mr. Gissel said. He pretty much stated the entire objective, but what I will voice is some concerns and some thoughts on and some of the reasons we moved up here. We moved up here 15 years ago for many reasons. We did a lot of research and a lot of looking, and we also looked into the current codes and ordinances and future preservation of the areas where we were going to raise our family. And that was one of the things that attracted us to this area. Mr. Stauffer stated that this is one of the last large open properties in the area. One of the same reasons we bought in this area. One of the other things that was brought up was, or displayed, was some of the entrances to some of these homes on Fernan Hill Road and the close proximity to that to the road. My wife and I drive this road every day, and we have for 15 years. And Fernan Hill Road is a bit of a challenge, especially down towards the end because of its decline. The corner of Pennsylvania and 23rd, that becomes pretty congested when snow is piled up on each side. The traffic flow count that is being presented may not seem like much, but the current congestion already causes issues, near misses, and quite a few bumps and bruises on that corner. The proposed areas for those three homes on Fernan Hill Road are on that incline, on that area that's a bit windy and a challenge in the winter. So those are just some of my concerns. Again, I don't have much to add to Mr. Gissel's testimony. Thank you.
I've got a question.
Okay, hold on a minute.
So your opposition
Yes.
is more importantly the three lots that would intersect Fernan Hill Road and how steep it is and the ingress egress. Yet these are homes, people who would like to build on it, private property.
Correct.
So what should these individuals do with their private property that they would like to build on?
I'm reacting to the added congestion and safety.
The three houses.
The three homes and the added congestion to the corner of Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania and 23rd.
If you have both ingress egress on two sides, I bet the majority of people will go down Lilac Lane to the freeway, but maybe not. You know, it's a half dozen one the other.
We can certainly speculate that.
I know, I guess with what I'm trying to say, if it's an R3, if you create an R3 on this property, it's 13 acres, I tried to do the math, that could give you potentially 40 homes on that acreage.
Mm-hmm.
That would be 3 homes per acre. Now, you probably wouldn't have that many, but you might get like 30. And so if you had 30 homes, I guess I'm just trying to see, without a planned unit development, without this being locked in, trying to see what would be appealing if it was to stay as an R3, that the neighbors would like. But you could do that. You would break it up. You wouldn't keep the trees. It would be pulled out, whether or not it's even feasible because of the water. You have to look at the site to see how it can be developed.
Sure.
And sometimes a planned unit development can work better than all homes, and whether they're rentals or not. And that's why I asked that question. I know it's difficult to sell homes that are against the freeway. They have that along Pennsylvania already, those homes there.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's a quandary, and I listened to the two ladies that have lived there. Can you hear me now? All right. Lived there all their life, who've gone through all these changes. And I don't think rentals beget rentals, but I'm just trying to state that I live in this area also. I've been there 28 years. I've seen a lot of changes. But there's also a lot of consistency, and this 13.3 acres has been sitting there a long time with a lot higher densities that have come through. I mean, this is probably one of the first that doesn't have that kind of density. They were amazing between '03 and on. So I just am saying I'm not sure what'll fit this property, whether this does or if it doesn't. So I'd like to hear the neighbors really voice their opinion on what you would like to see there, if you have any ideas.
If I understood correctly, I think part of the unfortunate situation, I think the developers been handed an unfortunate advantage in the amount of notices that were sent out, and the surrounding community not giving the appropriate opportunity to react. There's a lot of people up on Fernan Hill. I was part of the group that opposed this project in the past, a much larger contingent than just Mr. Gissel and myself. Unfortunately, a lot of them weren't able to appear, and part of that is, I think, maybe the lack of notices.
But the 300-foot is what it's really you need, is all that.
Correct. And I don't know if that applies to the county or not, but
I just wanted to try to get a feel for what a little bit more teeth to it other than the R3, and I just want to hear a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Shelley Hurtado, would you like to testify? State your name and address.
Shelley Hurtado, 2795 Fernan Hill Road.
All right, and you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
So thank you for your time this evening, and I think how you just were presenting your questions and concerns and kind of asking for some input from us as the neighbors that live up in the area and trying to deal with change was beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I think that the majority of us aren't opposed to development of this piece of land. I think single-family residential units would be a great complement to the area, rather than just having it left there raw and a fire hazard and a vacant building there that's probably, like you said, being attractive to 12-year-old boys. But I think the challenge here is that the infrastructure that has to occur in order to develop this piece of land is so significant that it warrants the request to change the zoning and increase the number of units that you can build on this acreage. The more density that you can put in there, the better the numbers will crunch. It would just make sense from a development standpoint. I don't think it makes sense if somebody were to go in there and take the 13 acres and build, based on the R3 zoning that's currently in place, because it's the amount of infrastructure that would have to happen just to accommodate those single-family residences. It's not going to crunch. But what you were saying as far as, how many homes based, would there be 40 homes in there? No, I don't even think you'd be able to get 30 homes in there because of the creek that runs through, because of the sloping of the hillside. There are a number of engineering factors that would have to come into play there. So even though it's zoned R3, I don't see 3 homes per acre going in there. In the end, what could be developed and built could be a beautiful neighborhood that could be a complement to the surrounding neighborhoods. But it would take a lot of engineering, a lot of time and consideration, and finances to make it happen. And that is, in my opinion, why I believe that land has sat vacant as long as it has. So please don't misunderstand. I'm representing the neighborhood or the neighbors that are opposing this request on from Fernand Hill's side, because we're not opposed to the development, but do something that is currently in place now with the current zoning. Don't continually come after trying to change the zoning, increase density. That's what we're asking for your.
Okay.
Any questions?
Quick question, maybe I should have asked this at the first presenter. But does it give you any feeling about having it a planned unit development where theoretically, and I think maybe more theoretically by statute, but what we do is we have the development has been set in stone. This is what it's going to be. It's going to be 15 units. It's going to be here. It's going to be there. Does that give you any feeling of a little comfort that you know what is going to go on there? Because I think that's what some of us, when somebody said, well, you're changing, that's right. We are changing zoning from R3 to something broader. Mm-hmm. But in that, we're restricting or prescribing the use a little different.
So I'm not real savvy on how that whole process works, but if I understand it, if the zoning is changed, it allows however many units that zone allows for at that time, which, right? Is that how it works?
I think what we have before us is to change the annexation and change the zoning to whatever it is, all these different numbers. But in that is to form the PUD. And in that PUD, you will have 15 buildings. The buildings will be located, will be these type of buildings. What do they say? Single family, duplex, assisted living. They will be located in these areas. Mm-hmm. You will have a road this way. You'll have the lots up above. There'll be something there, and that is it. And if that is approved, then that's the way it stands.
And that is the only thing that can be built, correct? Are they obligated to then perform and develop and build exactly or what was proposed? It's not. Do I understand correctly that if you request a zoning change, you get that zoning change approved based on a schematic design or a presentation that you've shown and it's beautiful and everybody thinks it's warm and fuzzy? As soon as that stamp and that approval hits and the zone is changed, what obligates that developer then to actually build what was proposed?
The PUD.
Versus
PUD.
Then coming in and saying, well, gee, we wanted to do the assisted living units, but actually we determined now it's going to be better if we build back like the 03 suggestion, the towers with the workforce housing, the apartments and so forth.
My understanding, we will approve the PUD, and that's the way it'll go. However, as anything else, they can come back at a later date and say, we, for whatever the circumstances were, instead of having building A at this site, we would like to have, they can do some modification. It goes through a completely new public hearing and everything, mm-hmm. but they can do that.
Does the use remain the same? So if would the use have to remain the same? So if it's this minimal or assisted living, I'm not sure what you guys are calling it, minimal
Sounds like
living.
a legal opinion time.
Yeah.
Get us on
I don't know
track
about that,
here.
what the PUD essentially locks in the development that's been proposed to you tonight. If something different, if the developer sells the property or changes their mind, before they can do anything different than what's been approved here tonight, they have to go back through the same hearing process that we're having tonight. So it's locked in. It's like anything else. It is subject to change, but it's not subject to change without coming back through the hearing process and convincing the Planning Commission that the changes are warranted. We don't see that very often. It's very rare to see someone come back in and ask for a wholesale removal of a PUD. Typically, what we have seen is shifting a building one way or the other,
Modifications.
modification, that type of thing. It's very, very rare to see someone come in with a completely different idea. It can happen, but again, you don't get to do that by right. You have to come back to the hearing process. We provide the same public notification that we have for this hearing so that everybody is then in a position to come back in and comment on the new proposal.
One last thing I just wanted to ask or state too is, it seems to me that we have an overabundance of these assisted living facilities in our area. I don't want to sound insensitive that I know we all are going to need assistance at some time, but I know personally that there are at least 5 assisted living facilities within a half-a-mile radius of this proposed site. Just curious why they would propose yet another one.
We don't know, but I don't know the stats on that, and I don't know if staff has any idea. We've been asked that, the same with apartment buildings that we've approved. Do we really need all these apartment buildings? Apparently, because they fill up. So probably when you get a critical mass, that's when they don't fill up, they won't be built. But I would assume that the builder has looked at the potentialities and feels that this would be something that will be filled up. And many of the assisted living are in industrial areas or on main streets. And this is close to the freeway, but they will have a nice forest area around them, a little bit more so than most, is how I'm seeing it. My dad's in an assisted living, and he is surrounded by nature, and there are very few that are like that. So niche, it's like anything. If you're a builder or a developer, you've got to find your niche. And I can't really say that we would know. It's up to the development to market their product. I don't know if it is or if it isn't.
Right.
But that's a good question. I really don't know. They'd be quiet. I do know that.
Yeah. Well, I just would like to see homes go in. Keep it a neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Dan Jacobson, have you in opposition? Did you wish to testify? Okay. State your name and address, please.
My name's Dan Jacobson. I live at 804 North 23rd.
Okay, Dan, you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay.
My biggest concern is the traffic. I live right at the corner of 23rd and Pennsylvania, so I'm 2 properties north of the proposed property. Every day we probably get 40 to 60 school kids walking by our house right on that corner. So that would put an overabundance of more traffic coming in and out of that development. We have had, since I've lived there probably 28 years, and we've probably had at least 20 vehicles in my front yard, into my house, into my tree, into the fire hydrant, coming around that corner too fast. So you get an additional cars coming in and out at that intersection, especially in the wintertime. I mean, it's a bad intersection. I guess I can't call it an intersection right now because you have to turn left. But it's, and another concern I would have is where would the sewer from that project come out? Would it come down to Pennsylvania and 23rd?
That would be something
to connect with the city.
maybe we can answer that later, I don't know.
Dick said
No,
yes.
it was in
Said
the
yes,
plan,
yeah.
okay, well,
Because if, you know,
Ask
that's the
them about that.
case, I mean, I would assume they'd have a pump station or something there, and what happens if that goes bad? I mean, we're right there on that corner. So, you know, those are my two biggest concerns, just the traffic, you know, with the kids and with the, you know, snow, with the vehicles. And
So how do you think that could be slowed down? Maybe just, because I know the corner, I know where you
Yeah,
live.
we've pondered that for years. We've talked to the city about it. They said, well, there's not that many accidents on that corner. That they've, like I say, we get, you know, probably at least a couple cars every winter up in my front yard. You know, tearing up our yard. We've had one hit the house. It's just a bad intersection, a bad corner.
I can imagine that.
Yeah.
That's a,
You know, years ago
Tough
at
corner.
the Ponderosa Golf Course, they had kind of a kids bar type thing in there. When they had that running, we'd probably get a car a week in our yard. You know, kids racing in and out of there.
In the corner.
So, but I'm just, you know, really concerned with the traffic.
yeah,
Well, this turning would be before your house. They turn right before your house into this subdivision.
No, they'll be turning right at the corner. Yeah, just.
Right, your house is right on the corner, right next to this turn.
Yeah, well, I'm right around the corner to the.
You're kind of two down, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm the second property.
Yeah. So they would be turning before they got onto that corner near you.
Right.
Which might slow traffic down because of the turn. But I do hear you. I don't know how we can mitigate
We've tried to get,
unless you
get the
kept
city.
that 13 acres in one home.
Yeah. Well, we've tried to get the city to put arrows up or something for that corner, you know,
Yeah.
to slow people down, and they won't do it.
And I don't
so.
know if our traffic man, Gordon, is still here. He isn't, is he? Oh, you are.
He's way back there.
Maybe we could
we can
address
talk about some of that later,
something of that
maybe.
later,
But,
if that's appropriate.
yeah, was that everything you had?
That's what I have.
I thank you for your comments, sir. Okay, Colleen Erickson, have you opposed, do not wish to testify? Is Colleen here? Okay. All right, John Runge? State your name and address, please.
John Runge, 800 North 23rd Street.
Okay, and then you swear the testimony you're about to give us will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
All right, thank you.
I don't have very much to add to what Dan and these three have already said, except I live right in between Dan and the property. Let me show you. Okay, this white area right here, that's where I live, and where'd the arrow go? Oh, there it is. And right over here is the floodplain, and here's my driveway. So my question is the driveway going up to Lilac Glen? Will it be next to my driveway, or will it share the same driveway as? Will the end of my driveway share? Or will I share part of my driveway with theirs?
I don't know. Do you? I don't know.
Because,
I would think not, but-
because, you know, like he said, you know, there's concern with traffic.
I'm making some notes for our engineer at the end here, and he can
Yes.
He can
answer these questions for
and
our
also,
benefit as well as the audience.
And also, he mentioned the accidents in front of his house. Sometimes I get accidents in front of my house, and not just during the winter. You know, some drunk drivers or drivers who go too fast, they wind up either hitting my fence or hit the fire hydrant or whatever. But besides that, I don't have anything more to add.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, is it Ron Glass or Dan Glass? Ben, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, just state your name and address, please.
Ben Glass at 808 North 22nd Street.
Okay, Ben, and you swear the testimony you're about to give us will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, I mean, some of the things that my concerns have been stated, but I want to, reiterate some of these things. It was mentioned about the whole notice things. We went through this a couple years ago, and this room was packed. And by the time I got up here, it was past midnight. And so the idea that this is the only concerned citizens in this community, this is only a small piece. So I can guarantee if the rest of them knew, this room would be full again, and everybody would be here, and you'd be here till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning again. So, I mean, there's a lot of concern over this piece of property because it affects a lot of this area. I live right there at the corner where I'm right next to the freeway, so I see all the school kids that come by. There's been a lot of near misses, with just the cars coming by. The added traffic, is going to cause problems. There's always accidents. Somebody's taken out my fence twice in recent years, along with going around the corner, and I'm even before you hit that corner. There's not, in that lower area where I'm at, there is not very many homeowners that live in their homes. It's turning into a lot of rentals. And it's very difficult with the market to keep the home values up. And so adding more rentals is going to make it even worse. And those of us who still live in our homes have worked very hard to try to keep from being upside down. And some of us are upside down. And there's not much we can do except keep working and hoping that there isn't more and more rentals going to be built. The idea of a nice single housing community that would help raise the value of the area would, for me, would be something to consider versus adding more rentals. Generally, those who are renting all the time generally don't take care of places as much. It's us homeowners who have something at stake, who care what our house looks like, who care what our neighborhood looks like. We're not going to be gone in a month, so we have something at stake here. I did mention already, obviously our community really cares about what happens here and not just those on Fernand Hill. And the other thing is, we do have a lot of deer and wildlife, and that section is the only place that they really can have left to go. And even with that, a couple times a year, there's a dead deer right there by the freeway. That's the only area where they have to go to get out. So adding even more stuff to invade their habitat is going to continue to add to that problem. And that's all I have for right now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Troy Murphy.
Troy Murphy, 2116 East Boyd.
Okay, and you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to just comment on a couple things that have been mentioned. I was at that meeting several years ago that did go well into the night. It really just boils down to quality of life. And a lot of people have talked about homeowners versus renters. When you look at that original layout, the majority of those homes are single-family homes with a few duplexes. Traffic is my biggest issue, and it is an issue both on Pennsylvania and Boyd. I pulled out, depending on how I leave, I pulled out today off of 22nd onto Pennsylvania, and literally people come around that corner so fast that you can look, pull out, and there's someone driving 35 miles an hour around those corners. And Boyd is the same situation because they come down off of Hedberg and it's a nice hill and you're automatically going 35 miles an hour and you come around what we call Grand Prix Corner in our neighborhood. And I can sit out and on any given night, probably 1 out of 10 cars is driving 25 miles an hour. Everyone else driving up that road is driving 30, 35, and it's ridiculous. And there are a lot of kids in that neighborhood. I know a couple of parents that won't even let their kids go to school by themselves. They walk them or ride their bikes because the traffic is so heavy in that area. So it really does become a quality of life issue for those people who bought based on what that neighborhood was. And again, the development looks great. That property ultimately will and does need to be developed, but when you bring in renters and whatnot, it lowers, I think, property values in general because, again, they're not committed to the neighborhood, they're not doing improvements on their home, and I would like to suggest, regardless of whether this goes through or another development, it's ultimately going to impact that traffic. I would like to suggest on Pennsylvania, they put up the solar-powered speed monitor signs, much like they have on Celtice Way, that gives you your speed. And because Pennsylvania borders the block with the school, I would suggest a minimum of 2 of those headed west on Pennsylvania and 2 of them headed east. And I'd like to see those put up on Boyd as well. Because again, the speeding is the issue. And I've asked repeatedly to have the city bring out their little speed limit sign. Never seems to go up in any of the areas that we've asked for. It always seems to go in an area, whether it's down near the corner where no one's speeding yet, where they're coming off at 22nd and on to Boyd. And then I did have one question. The upper 3 lots that are accessed off of, I would assume they're actually accessed off of Fernan because I don't see any access to those upper 3 lots on the lower road.
They'd be on Fernan Hill Road.
Isn't that correct?
Right. Okay,
Sean?
because when one of the other gentlemen was talking earlier about his concern there, someone did mention of the road down below, and there is absolutely no access to that. So I do think he has a valid point there because that is at the point of the hill where, again, it's very steep. So, again, I would say that what the commission needs to look at is really what that neighborhood was established as is single-family neighborhood. Again, it's a cost thing, and you could very well develop a very nice wooded area of family homes. We're close to the freeway. I guess it's like living in a lot of areas where you've got high traffic. After a while, the wooded area along the freeway blends most of the traffic. The loudest thing you hear is this time of year and the motorcycles screaming by at night. But, again, it really comes down to quality of life and why we bought in that neighborhood. And, they keep coming back and saying, well, for us financially, we need you to make some sacrifices. I'd like to raise my house and build a 5-story tower where I live, put all my parking underneath the property, and I think I could see the lake. But that, too, would probably lower other people's property values and impact their lives. So, again, it really is an issue based on existing codes and what that neighborhood is established as. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so
Is it, Murphy, Dale or Paul?
So the next one, is it
Paul?
Paul
Murphy?
Murphy? Oh, Darla. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
wow.
I'm sorry. That looked like a P. It threw me off a little bit. Would you like to testify? Okay, thanks, Darla. I apologize for that. I have you in opposition. Okay. Do we have a supplemental sign-up sheet? Thank you, Warren. Okay, Linda Filios? Oh, Philos? I'm sorry, Linda Philos?
Filios.
Filios, okay. Sorry about that. Okay, state your name and address, please.
My name is Linda Filios. I live at 904 North Balcony Drive, which is right off Fernan Hill in a development that's up there.
Okay,
I am
and you
also
swear
on.
the testimony you're going to give us will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Right?
It is the truth,
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
I'm also on the Planning Commission in the Kootenai County, and I've been an appraiser for 30 years, so I'm pretty well-versed in land use, not only here but in other states. I want to approach this very differently than I think most people have approached this. It is a piece of county land surrounded by urban city area, and annexation makes sense. What does not make sense is that is a very wet area. We do have the creek there, which has already been discussed. We have traffic concerns both on Pennsylvania 23rd. When you come down Fernan Hill Road, you have not only Fernan Hill, but you have Hill Road and 23rd, and you've got 3 streets coming into that one section. My biggest issue is not so much with the assisted living, because I'm looking at it also as a possibility of a highest and best use, which I've not done, but obviously the land is not conducive to having a large subdivision in the area. My biggest concern is the Fernan Hill lots. Those are very steep. That area has extensive basalt. And if you know anything about basalt, basalt leaks water. Streams like to go through it, break it apart. It's not a very good building substance. So stability-wise, those lots are also being some of the steepest. I believe that some of those slopes may be in excess of 30%, which makes building very difficult. So, and I think you have a hillside ordinance. I'm not sure whether they would conform to the ordinance or not. Secondly, because of that steepness, I know in the winter you can slide down that hill. Coming up, you slide going up the hill until the trucks come to clear the snow. And to have any property that's close, just because those properties up Fernan Hill were built, in the 1970s or 1960s, those were before zoning ordinances were put into effect. We do now have zoning ordinances, and we do have restrictions on setbacks. That area would be very conducive to having more accidents because of the steepness of the slope. As far as the deer accidents, they occur there all the time. They use that path to go down to the creek to drink water. So it's not unusual for slides of the basalt stone to come down on the north side of Fernan Hill. Your deer come down that area, you get more slides, more deer, and sometimes you have to swerve around them just not to hit them. It's just not a safe area. And I think that's the reason those homes were never built there to begin with. It's the steepest part of the slope. So I credit you with having to have a very difficult decision to make. And I know I've had to make them too. But I have an issue with the consistency and uniformity of the development. Most people like to have conformity. If there's an R3, maybe you go R8, but to go to R17 is an extraordinarily large jump from one zone to another zone. So I think that's inconsistent, going from a low density to a very high density. I guess that's, I did have a question, and I guess it was on the sewer system. Is it a package plant connecting to the city sewer, or is it its own separate sewer system? Do we know?
Well, it's going to connect to the city sewer.
Right. Okay. So they would have their own drain field or just connect?
Well, it's going to connect to the city sewer, but the lines on their property are private maintained, their responsibility.
So if it's privately maintained, then is it a package system that ends up connecting to the system?
No, I think it's just the collection lines
Collection
themselves
line, okay.
are privately maintained. And since we're talking about sewer, if I could watch Gordon back there nodding his head. The question came up on sewer, whether there's a lift station. I didn't see one in the plans.
Well, why don't we,
Well-
let's do the public
yeah, that's-
testimony.
Okay.
And then I'm making a list for Gordon, and remind me of that if I missed that one.
So,
Go ahead. Did you have anything else? I'm sorry.
no, I was worried if it was a package system, I'd be concerned about that because I know that most septic systems and package systems don't last forever and they do fail at some point.
Right.
So I was concerned about the stream, which eventually does provide some kind of drainage, whether it be to Fernan Lake or somewhere else. It is a stream system providing water somewhere.
No, there's several homes on septic right now, but in the proposal, everything goes on sewer.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, I have, is it Carmela? I can't make the last name. Oh. Hammond? Okay.
Hanlon.
Oh, Hanlon, I'm sorry.
Carmela Hanlon, 813 North 23rd Street.
All right, and you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
I live right across the street from Jacobson's house. I live right on the corner, right as you get past it. My concern, of course, is the biggest deal is the traffic. I can't tell you how many wrecks I've seen on that corner. There's been wrecks in my yard, several wrecks. I've been over there. I've lived there over 23 years. This last summer, I've watched the snow plow puts the berms of snow on each side of the road. I watched somebody drive right straight from Pennsylvania, couldn't make the turn, right into Mr. Runge's yard. The kids, they walk every day to and from school. The neighbor that lives directly on the corner next to me, he has vehicles that are parked on the street. The neighbor that lives next door to the proposed site to go up, he has people parking on the street. So there's, the street is smaller. So when you go around that corner on Pennsylvania, either way, you're going to, I almost hit somebody today coming here because he was in my side of the road because he was trying to get away from the car on the side of the road. The possibility of 70-plus cars going through our neighborhood is just I can't understand how we can have that many more cars. We have several cars now that go up to the Ponderosa Golf Course on the weekends. It's busier then. We have, there is a assisted facility on our 23rd Street that have had to have multiple ambulances, fire department trucks come, could be 2, 3, 4 times a week. My mom, she lives with me. She's not in assisted living, but she needed to have an ambulance and a fire engine. She needed to have Gentiva Home Health come to the house. There was several more cars that were coming to our neighborhood for somebody that is not in assisted living, but still needs that. So, I mean, those assisted living people are going to be using those facilities also. Let's see, the crime, I don't know, we do have crime now as it is. You got graffiti on the bridge underneath the 23rd Street Bridge. You know, I've not ever gotten anybody stole from me. There has been other stealings in the neighborhood. Let's see, like the mailboxes. My mailbox was ran over. Danny's has been several times. Let's see, the creek. I don't want to get that. You know, the destruction of the creek. It's been there for many years. Let's see, my house is going to be devaluing with all these rentals that have become popping up here in our neighborhood. When I bought our house in 23, 24 years ago, we bought it as a single-family house because we had little kids, and we bought that area because it was not busy. We understood we lived in our backyard is in the freeway. However, we have two big trees that they do knock down the sound, but there is still sound. It's loud. And you go outside and it's even louder. Let's see. I guess that's all I have to say.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Okay, they have George, and I hate to try and pronounce the last names. It's Ciccone or, oh. Ciccone, all right. State your name and address, please.
824 North 23rd Street.
Okay, great. And you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I have more or less questions. I'm kind of neutral, but not knowing all the facts, I don't know for sure. I wanted to know, if I'm allowed to know, on the developer, are they going to own and operate the minimal care facility, or?
Well, let's see, their representative's going to have some time for some rebuttals, so we'll see what he says about that.
The reason I ask is because it's been, I thought it was like 55 and older, minimal care, they're going to be independent, they might need help with medications. Now all of a sudden now we're using heavily assisted living. And I know that there's a lot of, it's covered by the Bureau of Facility Standards. And I know there's a lot of operations. You were saying earlier about the need for elderly and all that's for certain, but there's also that facility there could be filled with mentally ill, developmentally disabled, dementia, Alzheimer's, Medicaid. There's a huge, again, that could be filled with just Medicaid clients alone. There is going to be a huge need. I don't know if the census in town, Post Falls, that area, privately owned, there's a huge need, but definitely it could be filled tomorrow with just the clients I just mentioned earlier. So I was wondering if for sure was going to be assisted living, are going to go through the licensing procedure same as, or is it more than 55 and older?
I think all that's governed by state law, and but we'll put that on the list here.
Okay. Also, I kind of agree with a lot of the people here. The 3 lots up there on Fernand Hill, great view. Yeah, I'm not against development, but I'm sure there's reasons, the traffic like they were stating. That 23rd, it does get a lot of traffic there, that turn Pennsylvania into 23rd. Again, I don't know if it's going to be any more or less with Lilac Lane, but again, is that going to be privately owned or a public road? Is it something that people are going to be allowed to just go right through Lilac Lane right down to Sherman, or is it going to be kind of restricted?
I don't think so.
That might ease some of the traffic on there. I don't know. It might increase it.
You can check on that. Mm-hmm. But I think that you can drive that. That's a very good way to get out of the subdivision or the development, would be that way. So. But
And you alluded to it earlier about R17, that they'd have to, if there was going to be a change in any kind of thing as far as the plan, the PUD, excuse me, the PUD, that they would have to come back. Will it always be zoned in R17 once that's been established from here on out? Because where I'm at, R3, I have all those limitations, and I agree with the lady, she's not here now, she just left, but R3 to R8 sounds more reasonable than R17, R34, or however far up you can go. And I was just wondering what the answer would be to that question. Is that something you guys provide the answer? R17?
The PUD stays with it, and they can.
Yeah. Once
they can come back before us, and let's say hypothetical, Sean, if this use doesn't get built or whatever, what happens? I think that PUD just sits over the land indefinitely. It doesn't, yeah.
once it's through the final approvals, the land has to be developed consistent with the PUD. So if something else, if somebody else wanted to do something different on the property, we'd be back going through the public hearing process. So once you're through that last wicket of getting the final development plan done, you're locked in.
Right, it's there.
So it'll always be R17 then, from that point?
It would be R17 PUD. So what you're saying is what you would get absent another public hearing.
So the issue really is, I think, confusion on a lot of our parts between R17 or whatever zoning and R17 PUD. There is a little difference, and I don't know if Warren covered that, but I think maybe you want to redo that.
Well, the PUD stays with it, so.
The PUD essentially customizes the zoning district. So you do have the R17, but it's modified through the PUD. So the rules established through the PUD become the zoning rules for this piece of property. And those rules stay in place absent another public hearing process, another chance for people to come in and comment.
Thank you.
Yeah. And they can come back, as he said, but actually, anyone can come before us. Anyone on Fernan Hill or anywhere can come before us and ask to split their lot or ask to zone it for a duplex. I'm just saying that hypothetically, but anybody can make an application to come to the planning and zoning, just as they could apply to come back.
That's to change the PUD, but still, from here on, it'll be a R17, so it leaves it wide open, my understanding.
But
now.
no, it's, as he said, it's modified with the PUD, so they can never do anything with that R17 other than to put exactly the building that they've proposed in here, unless they came back and there was another public hearing and some future planning commission agreed to amend it. But as I said, anybody could come before planning and zoning with a proposal to modify their property, not just these people.
It might be helpful, I don't want to tell Mr. Soffer how to run his business here, but somewhere along in our discussion to replace up the map up there. Here are going to be the buildings. The buildings are, you can number the buildings. You know exactly what buildings you'll have and what they'll do. And that's, if the PUD is passed, that's what it'll be. Whether it's R17 or XYZ. But
So
you need to
let's
see
not
that.
cut you off. Did you have any other comments, or, okay?
Thanks for your time.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, now that's all I have. Is there anyone else here who would like to testify that didn't come up here yet? Okay. Deciding whether to have Gordon come up first or Dick. You want to come up, Gordon, and answer some of these questions? I've got a list here. If I miss anything, let me know.
Okay, I'm ready.
So, they are hooking into the public sewer, but they're privately maintaining their sewer lines and so forth, but they are going into the public sewer system. Is there a lift station in there, or was it all gravity feed?
No, the system will look like individual pumps in each unit that pump up to a common force main.
Okay.
That then actually reaches a high spot and then gravities back down towards Pennsylvania.
Right.
So the common part would be just the force main. There's an exact same system in Fernan Hill right now.
Right.
And on Best too. So that's what the system would look like.
Not uncommon, and they're responsible to maintain it.
Correct.
And, let's see. And let's see. Can we get to the screen where it shows the location of that driveway? That's been asked, where it's coming into 23rd Street.
Right.
And, I'm sympathetic to these concerns about that. That's one of those locations in town that's really dysfunctional there.
It is.
And where my office is, where I work over at Hope Realty there, which is at West Walnut and Lincoln Way, where the three-way stop and the Highway 95 intersection is. And my personal office is the very front office that's going to take the hit when the semi finally comes through the building there. But I can sympathize with everyone talking about that. I've seen car collisions, I've seen trucks lose their loads, I've seen everything over there. So there's a few of these choice intersections around town, like 23rd Street and 95 and Lincoln Way. But I don't know. What can be done to help the neighbors there? Is there
so that's
any warrants for some kind of
apparently an existing issue, but
right. I mean, but as far as any kind of sign, different signage or enforcement or anything like that? Because this is already a problem existing with or
Right,
without this
exactly.
development.
Yeah, so two things I would say. It's an existing issue that we'd be happy to address. It's been, I can't remember the last time we were out there and evaluated that. We would certainly be happy to for speeds and ideas for marking the turn, and just evaluate it for what we can do to lessen that impact. The second issue is additional traffic. Just to give you order of magnitude, the volume on Pennsylvania is about 2,800 cars a day, and that was about 6 years ago, well, 5 years ago. So it's probably a little more than that now. This development is going to generate 72 cars, but it also has 2 outlets. So you could assume about half of that traffic would end up on Pennsylvania, 30, 40 cars. So you kind of get the idea. Comparative speaking, it won't really be a significant increase of traffic on Pennsylvania.
So it's incremental.
Correct.
Now, Lilac is a public street,
Correct, it will be.
so other cars could go down Lilac.
Oh, yeah.
Could, yes, probably no.
Right. But it is a public street.
It will be a public street,
and I-
publicly maintained.
I'd like to ask a real quick question if I could, because I think it might time very well. So,
No, go ahead. That's the end of my questions I wrote down. So go, have your
Please go
question.
ahead.
If there's something else I missed, jump in after he's done.
thank you. So Gordon, you mentioned something about 2,800 cars, Pennsylvania. Is that going in, say, off of 15th or anything that might head up into the
It is-
Fernan Hill
it's,
area and or down?
We measured that about a block off of 15th, the block east of 15th Street.
So for the majority of the homes that are east of 15th, heading up into the Fernan Hill area, that's the impact. What about, a little bit further north, you have Harrison feeding out past the can't think of the name of that convenience store, right across from the Taj.
Taj or Jordan's.
That's
Elm.
Jordan's.
Jordan store, no
Jordan's.
relation.
But I was just curious, is there any numbers?
I don't have numbers on Elm. I haven't
Okay, I didn't mean to catch you off
counted
guard.
it. I
I
don't
apologize,
remember
but
it. But it would be, if I had to guess, I would say it's close to Pennsylvania, maybe a little bit less.
okay.
Because Boyd's out there somewhere too, near that.
Boyd connects
Whatever
into
he's done.
Elm, I think.
The reason why I ask all that is, I know that, well, I shouldn't say I know, but I've been up there, and the only way to get to I-90 presently is to get basically to either 15th and go north, or maybe cut down in front of Fernan Elementary and come to Sherman and back over to I-90 there.
Right.
So I'm curious what might be the unintended spillover through Lilac
Right.
for anybody who wants to get on I-90 coming off of Fernan,
Going east.
going right down to Fernan exit. I mean, that would be, to me, if I lived up there, it would be a shortcut, rather than going all the way up north, all the way around.
Well,
And we don't know that. I mean,
exactly, and you can
I'm just-
hypothesize anything.
Absolutely, but
So
I was just,
pretty much believe
but at
what you
2,800
want,
cars,
because-
there's a large volume there.
Yeah.
That,
So tell me what percentage of that 2,800 cars on Pennsylvania are going to the freeway?
yeah, that's.
Nobody knows.
That's okay.
Not even
The
you?
freeway's a long way away, there's a lot of destinations,
Sure.
so.
Just because you're going down Pennsylvania doesn't mean you're going
Right,
to
and would
I-90. I get
people
that, so.
go through the outer direction to get to the freeway? Yeah,
Right.
it depends.
Okay.
But I guess
But
I
I
don't foresee
but I asked that
as a
question
big
because
issue.
I can't help but think that human nature would lend people to maybe use that way to get to I-90 for those that will go to I-90.
I would say some.
Yeah.
But
I
I
agree, there
don't
could
see
be
it as
some of
to
that.
the point
Right.
where you've got a steady stream of cars going through.
Sure.
I mean, the flip side is you really need to have that as a public road, and it needs to have 2 connections.
Sure.
So, if it develops that way, we address it when it happens, to the extent that we can.
Right. But the design as proposed, as we're looking at it, would adequately hold the traffic as we are looking at 72 cars in or out.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. A lot more than that.
And a lot, okay. That's what I want to know. Thank you.
There was sorry.
I had one for you, Gordon. Yeah, I think pretty soon we're going to be arguing or discussing, whether, a PUD type cluster approach is a better outcome, planning-wise, quality of life-wise, big picture, than a by code R3 straight-up subdivision. From a traffic standpoint, if this were to develop as an R3 by code subdivision, Heather, you did the math, some 30-plus units or whatever it would be.
Yeah, you just figure.
Would it be significantly different in your mind when you did the traffic count, for example, for minimal care facilities and whatnot? Did you qualitatively look at that facility as opposed to if it were to develop as an R3 with potentially more duplexes and such? Could you, if it compared to again, just a conventional R3, what would that look like?
So, a good question. So you do have to project a little bit about what it could be.
Right.
At R3, 13 acres, 39 units. Then you take a little bit out for streets and, blah, blah, blah. If you assume that you could get even 25 homes on there, you're going to have more traffic than the 7 duplexes, 6 single-family, and the assisted living. So while I didn't do a quantitative comparison of assisted to single-family, just from memory, it's a little bit more. It's maybe 50% more from assisted living than from a single-family. So you would be looking at what they're proposing is equivalent to probably less than 20 single-family homes. So I would say this thing developed to the max of single-family that you could reasonably put on there. It's about the same traffic. Yeah, good question. I do want to answer, Mr. Chairman, if I might. I remember the gentleman that lived here asked about how the driveway is going to connect and it's going to be shared.
About that one, yeah.
His driveway is fairly close to his property line. Their driveway will access down here. It won't be shared at all because it'll be coming out of their frontage, but it will be fairly close because of where his existing driveway is located. It'll be delineated. This will be a paved road, obviously different, but they'll be fairly close together. There's no way to avoid that.
And before we let you go, Gordon, is there any way we could kind of try to mitigate some of the problems that are already existing on Pennsylvania?
So what we would do is, yeah, sure, we'll go out and evaluate it. We can put some counters out and find out what are the speeds, and identify what are the issues, and what comes out of that. There's signage, typically, striping, arrows ahead. We pull accident reports and evaluate the accidents to see what caused them and is it something that we can mitigate.
Okay, because I think we're at a critical mass right now from the testimony we've had.
Well, it's been a bad intersection for years.
Yeah, it has.
It was, whenever that road was put in 50 or 70 years ago, it was never anticipated to carry what it carries right now and would never allow anything like that this day and age. But it's there. And there's a number of intersections in town that are like that, and they're there.
Certainly the perception, the goal is to find out, what is actually happening out there. If it matches the perception, then you have an issue.
I can imagine those property owners there definitely probably get some cars up in their yards and a lot of crazy things happening there. So are we all, do you have something else?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We've got public testimony on 2 items. One is that there is insufficient capacity in the area for public water system.
Well, if you read the rest of it and read the condition, Water Department required them to connect to the main, as the testimony said, down on 19th Street. They're going to bring an 8-inch main instead of the 4-inch all the way up to the project, and they're also going to loop it down over into Sherman Avenue. So that gentleman was correct, but you go one step further, that will be remediated.
And I'll turn to the commissioner to my left, who is a condition expert. Is that one of the conditions that in there, sir?
Yes, sir,
Okay.
and that would all be at developer expense, correct?
Correct.
And then this similar question about the project presents site constraints that make public sewer availability prohibitive and non-conforming to current wastewater utility.
Well, the interesting use of terms, only because of what we require with a public main. So the big sticking point was getting public sewer to these 3 homes up here.
Right.
So we would not typically allow a public main to go outside of a road. we looked at this, in fact, we went back and forth several times. We went out and looked at this property line and said, well, we don't like to do this, but even if we did allow a public main to come up this property line to get to Fernan to serve those 3 lots, it's impossible to traverse that terrain. You could build a public main, but you'd never be able to access it. So restrictive only in that sense, that every lot has to service a public main. Not really in any other sense, that it's unsolvable or way too expensive, no, simply because of our requirements. So when you go to a private, now you build a plumbing code, the laterals become private, there's no need for anybody but the homeowner to access them, and more importantly, the location of the laterals changes to a more accessible spot, which we couldn't do with public sewer.
Thank you.
And I have one more question, and that is with the 3 lots on the hillside. That was a very big issue for the people on Fernan Hill. And as an engineer, I know that's quite a steep drop. I'm not sure exactly where those 3 lots are.
They're right on this area.
Are they right on that corner?
Right in here, yeah.
So, Gordon, that is very steep. I know it would be kind of like Stanley Hill and some of those homes that you come around. Would it be about equivalent to some of those homes?
Well, I have to smile because there are steeper lots on Fernan Terrace and Fernan Hill that have been built on.
I agree.
So the building of the home on here has been solved many times over on homes on Fernan Terrace and Fernan Hill.
Yeah.
That's not an issue.
Are there existing homes on those lots? Those are raw land still?
No, it's all vacant. That's
All
correct.
vacant,
Yeah.
okay.
I'd say in addition, those homes were built before we had the hillside ordinance that
Right.
required engineering on the foundation.
But I wasn't really thinking of the building pads or the lots, because I know they could be buildable because we really put some rigidity into that, and I do understand. It's more the ingress, egress on that hill, and the individuals coming up that hill on how scary it can be, you know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of traffic that comes down that hill.
So separate out the issues. The hill being scary doesn't have anything to do with the ingress and egress. That's a different issue. That does with the steepness of the hill. There's
Right.
nothing going to change that. These lots would access on the outside of a curve, which gives them more visibility than on the inside of the curve, and you have similar situations in probably 2 spots up Fernan Hill. So the visibility coming out of the driveway is on par with a few other situations. It's on the outside of a curve. It's not great. I'm not going to stand here and say it couldn't be better. But, you know, the applicant showed you pictures of driveways on most of the homes on Fernan Hill.
Oh, I agree, but I was just thinking of hills, and I know that Stanley has a few of those intersections where they're very steep and there are driveways coming out.
No, the driveways more than likely would be right at grade.
Right at grade with the hill.
More than likely.
Okay, so they'd come right out like this, and then they would either go down or they'd go up. So they could see people could see them. You feel that the visibility is adequate?
Because it's on the outside of the curve.
On the outside.
See for plenty of distance both
Because I think that was a big concern for individuals that are up there, that the safety for that.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that's it for Gordon for now. Thank you, Gordon, very much. Dick, you have some rebuttal time. The one question I remember, and this depends if you want to discuss this or not, is whether or not the owners will own the assisted living center and what the plans are for that.
I think that's premature, and I think even if it were to be answered, it's not a binding deal, and so I don't know that it carries any value.
So I guess that's your answer.
The assisted living, though, and I think this is a broader answer to that question, somebody mentioned Bureau of Facility Standards. It would be a licensed facility, meaning, and it's minimal care is a planning term that the city has in their zoning ordinance. Assisted living is a building code term that we use to build. They're essentially the same thing, but they are licensed facilities that offer, they're not nursing homes, they are They offer food service and some help with bathing and that sort of thing, but it's exactly what the terms kind of imply. But they are the same thing, but it would be a licensed facility.
Yeah, so you're talking about kind of the first level when someone goes into
Yes.
some extra care.
The only other comment that I wanted to make, there was a lot of testimony on 23rd at Pennsylvania, and I drive it 4 times a day and have probably driven too fast going east. And my perception of the problem there is that the cars parked on the inside radius when you're going west force you out to the oncoming traffic. And then people just going too fast when they're coming east in snowy conditions, and that's with Mr. Jacobson's property and stuff, that people are just driving too fast. And that has, and my perspective is that has nothing to do with this proposal, but people drive too fast around the corner. I would suggest that an intersection at this point would cause a couple of things which could help, certainly if the engineering department looks at that and can do something to cause the people to slow down. But the house that is on the south, not very good with my left hand here. The house that's right here, currently the driveway opens onto to Pennsylvania right there. That driveway would now come onto Lilac. So that access point would be changed and I think would be made better. It's conceivable that that there could be some no parking on the street here, which might make it. And I think at Mr. Runge's place, I think he might end up with the option to also access Lilac. If that was a better situation for him, I think that would be available because you would be on a corner lot then, and you could access either direction, whichever was best for you. And that's the kind of thing that could be folded into the project, if that was something that improved your situation. One more thing, emergency vehicles. Assisted living does generate more than a typical development. I don't know what the number is, but maybe a couple times a week there might be an emergency response. I think if the 15th Street station responded, they probably would come down Pennsylvania. If the Garden Street responded, they probably would come down from Sherman or from the freeway. But I suspect that's a couple times a week that you have some sort of emergency response there.
And I think, Dick, they're kind of sensitive with the sirens. They don't always leave them a blare if they don't have to.
I think it's a function of the call.
Yeah.
But I think generally they're doing there, and a lot of times that there's a problem, we don't know what it is, but we just need for someone with some expertise to come help us.
What's your take on all the different comments? I guess I had a feel for the rentals. One, they thought that would bring their, and yet this is going to be a planned rental, and they'll be in a CC&Rs. So it'll be really watched as far as the duplexes.
Yeah,
it's not going to be what you'd be standard. And then I think Linda Filios brought up something kind of interesting in that consistency and conformity with the R17. And understandably, we do try to create, it's in our findings as far as the comp plan, that with open spaces such as this, we do try to cluster. And so therefore, there is a little bit different forms of zoning that can occur if it's a planned unit development. And that was quite a bit of the discussion. You were here listening to that. And the minimal care units, I think that would be a very nice place for them. And this is one of the better developments that I've seen for this property. So far, after 4 others, I believe this is one of the better. And but I think some of the neighbors feel because it's not ownership, they have concerns with the rental aspect.
Yeah. I won't pretend to feel the sensitivity that different owners feel about these things, but I think the thing that's missed in a lot of the testimony objecting is the vertical separation, particularly from Fernan Hill Road down to Lilac Lane. It's almost 70 feet vertical, 80 feet to 90 feet in some places. So I mean, they're in a different time zone. And it's not that they're, as the crow flies but they really don't share airspace or street frontage or anything else. They're just, in the same general neighborhood. And so I think that needs to be part of that discussion and conversation, that they really are, there's a tremendous separation in that, and they really relate to different streetscapes.
Well, and I think my neighborhood might be more impacted by the traffic in some ways by the Sherman-Fernan area because of the densities going that way. So it could go half dozen one the other.
Yeah, the expert testimony on the traffic generation is minimal at best.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, Heather, you had mentioned that you feel that depending on which way you're getting on the freeway, whether you're headed for the 15th interchange and going west or you're going to go east, you're probably going to head for the Sherman interchange. So that's going to divide up that traffic. Some people will, but it's not a great shortcut from anywhere to anywhere, but some people will use it regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have anything else you wanted to
I think that,
give to us, Dick? Okay.
Just quickly, the 3 lots that we were talking about, you're requesting a variance from, variance isn't the right word, but it's from the hillside ordinance in order to place the garages and driveway?
No, certainly no variance from the hillside ordinance. The hillside ordinance, which requires the engineering and the soils work with any building permit, would absolutely govern, and that's the only reason I think that those would be involved. The access, it was continuity of the neighborhood. That's the way, there's 27 lots in Fernan Terrace on Fernan Hill Road. We took a physical survey of those properties out there, and I think I gave it to you quickly, but I think it's off the top of my head. There's 27 lots, there's 5 vacant, 15 are built on the property line, and there's 7 that are not.
So the PUD is allowing...
The PUD for that subdivision allowed that.
Will allow garages right there on...
Yeah, and we requested that basically that subdivision and PUD be extended is what we're asking.
Very good. And then you had mentioned that the one lot that is on the hillside, that you would like that to be outside, removed from the hillside, but it wasn't a deal breaker.
No, and that's almost a red herring, and I think that's just kind of foggied the discussion.
I agree. And the other one, to foggy it a little bit, I guess, but is the height on the... You'd mentioned that the height is certainly doable within 45 feet.
What we showed you was within the 45 feet.
But you'd like to have the latitude to have another 5 feet.
I think when we do, and Armando will appreciate this, when we get into a final architectural design, we'd like to have some freedom to mold the roof to provide the best-looking architecture and not come back here and say, we really would love you to give us 3 more feet. And we don't see that it won't impact anybody's visual corridor from any direction.
Yeah, and that variance or the waiver of conditions was for how much?
5 feet.
5 feet, yeah, okay.
And the math there, that's not just an arbitrary number. It's in order to have this large flat backyard that is created by these with the parking underneath, we end up with about a 15-foot story and 2 11-foot stories. So it's 26, 37. You can see a 37 is kind of where our ceiling is at. We can do a flat roof with 3 or 4 or 5 feet. We could do something a little bit more with 10 feet. So that's why we've requested that.
We had a matter like this before a couple meetings ago, and I got hung up on 65 feet versus something else. Mm-hmm. And I was unsuccessful in my endeavor to limit it to a lower depth. But in what you're saying here is, I think, possibly somewhat similar, that given you have the parking in the building and so forth, that gives you a little bit, by permitting that parking there, it would be helpful to have an extra 5 feet if needed.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, is there anything else anyone wants to ask Dick? And you're all done, Dick?
I'm done.
So, all right, so that's it. So
Is the
that's
first
the end of the
i-
public testimony. We can do some discussion, talk about a motion.
Is the first item annexation?
I believe so. Annexation and zone change are pretty much the same.
I think the discussion here kind of goes across, it weaves all the way across.
All the way through it,
Does
yeah,
it not? So
like this.
I'm not floating a motion, but to get some discussion going, I think that Linda Filio said it best, that this is a difficult decision.
Yeah.
And as Heather and others that have been up here before, for previous iterations, would say, you know, this is probably a lot better than previous ones, and I think what we're wrestling with here is, you know, the benefits of, you know, a clustering in favor of open space is better than, you know, an R3
With lots of
with whatever you said, 30 houses, with potentially even more conventional rentals as opposed to CC&R rentals. The minimal care facility is kind of an interesting piece, and you know, I think Dick is honest in saying that, you know, that could be a few EMS runs on the negative, but on the positive, instead of a more straight up by code R3 type development, that's a facility that's probably going to be developed first class and maintained as part of the CC&R and so forth. Another benefit I see here is the south piece in picking up all of those houses that basically are a piece of Swiss cheese, if you will, in the
Putting them in sewer.
in the land use between us and the county. They're not sewered. You know, that's a plus here as well. Traffic seems to be a push, you know, between, you know, a lot of the problems are there now. Gordon said he'll take a turn on some of that stuff. And I think what I heard him say was that, you know, a more conventional R3 development versus this one is more or less a push, you know, with the added traffic. And as Dick argues, maybe the added street could actually make things better. You know, we'd see on that. I thought I heard 15 buildings in this iteration versus some previous ones maybe you've seen that are 30. So you know, it is a tough one. You know, there's some, you know, real positives here. You know, there's open space up there. I was concerned about those three houses up there, or the others up on Fernan Hill Road, looking down like on the minimal care facility. But, you know, the three houses that they have cited there, as Dick points out, are 70-some feet above that, and they would probably look over that. So, you know, this is, as Mr. Gissel said, you know, at some point, what's the right,
Give.
what's the devil we know that might be better than the one we don't? I don't know. It's tough.
Mm-hmm.
It's a tough one.
It is. And this is a planned unit development. And they're kind of a catch-22 in that some can really function well and sometimes others don't, but they can be a positive to the neighborhood in that you know what you're getting. You know what you're getting. And in a development, you don't necessarily know what you're getting. And they can do it piecemeal in phases. They could do all different kinds of things. And that's on the plus side, in my mind, is that it is a planned unit development. It'll have CC&Rs. It'll be ran properly. The homes, consistency with the lane, the homes that are absorbed that are on sewer presently. And you do have much more open space than you would if it was a subdivision. It's a hard decision because of the consistency and conformity with the zoning. And that R17 kind of throws me a little bit. The R8 does not bother me, but the R17 with that, but in a way it could be fabulous. It could be a real addition to the development. So I'm kind of, if anybody else has any more input, please put it in.
I thought the R17 is for the two.
It is, okay. Yeah.
So what you're really doing is
It allows
it's
them to
important we
assist
talk
living.
about zoning and so forth, but what we're really buying into is this
The whole planned
PUD.
UD,
Right.
And
PUD.
the PUD says, we want to put this here and this over there and this
Right.
back here. Okay, if you do that, then this over here has to be zoned this way. This
Right.
down here has to be zoned this way. Okay, well then, let's zone it that way, but it's within the PUD, and the PUD governs.
Right, you don't
Now-
move anything.
And if you want to change the PUD, all of a sudden, instead of assisted living, you want a, I don't know, bowling alley, well, you get to come back here, and you get to notify everybody, and you get to present it again, and why a bowling alley is a hell of a lot better than, well, but you know what I'm talking about. So when I first looked at this in our packet, I must say, well, I have no pride, I was a little confused. And this was a lengthy presentation. I thought it was very good. I thought the questions were good. But to me, a PUD, this is the purpose of a PUD, is for something like this.
Right. Yeah, I think for me, probably the most reassuring aspect is what the two of you just mentioned, is the fact that with the PUD in place, being the governing document for the design and use of what's being proposed, I think has a stronger position rather than having just an R3 development come through and really know what could potentially happen. So it's probably the most comforting piece of information I think I've heard, especially with the way you described it, Warren. So thank you for that.
Question, Mr. Chairman, and maybe Warren, if I could, procedurally, a down vote on this across, the PUD, the special use permit, et cetera, I would think, assuming it's all or nothing, down or up, a down vote would mean this doesn't move forward in its present form for a year?
They can appeal it to the council.
This one's an interesting one because of the number of moving pieces. The annexation and the rezone or the zone change, excuse me, those automatically go to council. Those are council-level decisions. Would they take them forward if the rest of it fell by the wayside? I don't know. I've not talked to the applicant about that. So I think the potential would be that a no vote would cause essentially a one-year hold before they could submit the exact same proposal. They could, at the next deadline day, submit a slightly varied program, slightly different development proposal, and they could submit that July 1, essentially. That's the next deadline day.
Now, Warren, I guess you need a vote on each one of these items.
We
right?
do.
And this could be a case where we might have legal staff do the findings.
I'm happy to do that for you. There's the downside to doing that is you're going to delay the development for potentially up to a month. One thing we could do is we do need to do the workshop, so potentially we could, if we can pull that workshop together in the next couple of weeks, I could have the findings prepared for your review at that point in time. It's the downside's a month delay. The upside is we don't sit here for the next hour while we make findings.
Right, and I hate to hold them up, assuming this were to pass, we don't even know yet, I'd hate to hold them up a month. On the other hand, this has been going on for years and years and years, and it's a very complicated hearing, so it may be the way it is.
And I'm more than happy to do that.
So that, I think that may be a case, so we're not here, for the next hour trying to put together the findings for each one of these
I think
things.
it'd be a month well spent if not that we can't do the findings, but there are some intricacies in this, that legal can best put together for us.
If this is approved or denied by either party, there's also probably a pretty good possibility of an appeal to the council, so I'd like to have the findings in order on it.
I'd like to make some statements that on page 6, on the characteristics of Fernand Hill Bench neighborhoods. They do say that higher densities, up to 3 units per acre, are appropriate where site access is gained without significant disturbance, terrain is relatively flat, natural landforms permit development, and where development will not significantly impact views and vistas, and then it comes down to say clustering of smaller lots to preserve large connected open space areas as well as views and vistas are encouraged. And in our plan, it also states that incentives will be provided to encourage clustering. And so with the planned unit development, we are creating the clustering effect. And so there are certain items here that, from our comp plan, that support this. Yet with the testimony, a lot of people above the bench aren't comfortable, and most of it was traffic and the rentals. And I'm not sure if that's what we're addressing here. So that's something I'm kind of going back and forth. I heard the neighbors. I'm trying to be sensitive to what they're thinking. This is a plan unit development.
But do we have any authority over whether
No, we don't.
somebody does a rental or not?
No.
No, I think my issue is not issue, but when we go through annexation, is there something that we can recommend to the council on annexation? As a condition of annexation, encourage you to work with the property owner to do this. I don't know, traffic calming, I don't know, it might be too far of a reach, but is there something in there that can be of assistance to all? And I know we don't make the annexation agreements, the council does, but is there something in there that we may want to comment to the council based on what we heard here tonight?
This is a little different. A lot of times we have just a basic annexation come before us, and then we add some conditions to it. There's already so many conditions with this thing. I'm not trying to think of what you can add. I think you probably could add a finding or a recommendation, whatever the term would be, to
John, you have
look at
some ideas,
some
did you not?
traffic solutions, but Gordon's already talked about looking at that.
I think what we heard tonight is that, the preponderance of these concerns exist today, tomorrow, and I think we're going to take a look at those, so.
So, do we want to discuss this some more, or is somebody ready to make a motion on these items? I guess we'll just go A, B, C, D, E down here.
So if you're looking to have me do the findings for you, I think one motion would be sufficient, as long as you tell me if it's for approval or denial, so I can go out and draft the findings.
Okay, so you don't need a separate vote on all these?
We will do that at the time that you approve the findings, up or down.
Okay, we'll do it
Give me
then.
an inclination where you're headed. I think I've got an idea of what your analysis is, listening to your consideration, so I just need a tell me which way you want to do it.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I certainly feel, I won't make the motion because I'm not that articulate, but I certainly support this, given the fact that we talked about resolve the water and sewer issues. The hillside issue on the one resident was resolved. We addressed the height on the extended, or the care facility, who agreed with the party. And we understand that on the 3 lots on the hillside, the only modification there is the access to the parking, the garages, and the access to the street.
Why don't you make a motion?
I move that we approve all these things, which there are, as I understand, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different items.
Yeah, I just say items A, B, C, D, E, per the staff report.
That's per the staff report and our discussion, and ask our city attorney or planning director, or maybe both of them, I'm not sure, for them to draft the findings and so forth, approving this and returning it to us at the next convenient time, or the study session. I don't.
Okay,
I would rather have it come before us in a public meeting, quite frankly.
A workshop is a public meeting. So
okay.
it would be a public meeting.
Okay, okay.
If we can pull it off and get something set
If
up.
we can, if you can't, then, but I think even if it can't be then in our July meeting, I think it's important that you go through this and you do it, because there are just a lot of things we talked about. Anyway, that's my motion, Mr. Chair.
And then
I
we
assume
need
that you'd probably
adopt.
incorporate the
Condition.
conditions for the
conditions.
staff report.
Of course.
And
Okay.
are there any other conditions that anyone would like to add to it?
How about we get a second, and then let's talk about adding some conditions.
Second.
Okay.
So we have so we have a second now by Ingalls.
I know that we
Motion
had,
by Luttrip, so
we had to address this one on the numbers of the facility, in the facility. Do we have to address that? Okay, because that's something that you had indicated, and
would that be in a separate, or would we incorporate
Yeah,
that
so
into
in your
this?
motion, you should establish the number of allowable units for
Right.
the assisted living facility.
Incorporate it into this motion?
Yes.
Okay.
I would be open for somebody to incorporate that. I won't. I believe that the number should be determined through some type of criteria that we establish in some broad sense, as opposed to
Just throwing a number out.
The property owner coming in and saying that.
I believe
Not that I disagree
the
with it. I
applicant
just-
testified that they based their number of 50 to 70 based on the number of units that they could park underneath the building. So I don't think I've heard any testimony on either side that changed that or requested a different number.
so it was
Given
35
that,
per unit.
unless you direct me otherwise, I would probably set the number at 70.
35 per unit.
Yeah, as I said earlier, I think since we don't
Building.
have a whole lot of criteria to guide us, I think we can probably go by what seems reasonable and prudent. Is that reasonable and prudent to allow their request? And it sounds like the case could be made that it is, based on what Warren just said. So, we don't do this every time, Warren, with these kinds of proposals here. Do we need a separate motion to add that, or can the maker of the motion?
I think
Adopt
that's
it.
fine. I've got where you're going, so if the motion passes, I'll understand that that's where you want me to go.
I'll talk to that issue, not a similar issue, after we're done with the meeting, before we adjourn.
Okay.
Well, we should see now. Do you concur with that number, or do we
Yes.
want to do, okay.
Maker of the motion. Does the
And
second?
the second concurs with that? Okay.
Correct.
All right. Okay, and then back to what we were doing, was there any other suggestions for conditions or findings? In regards to traffic or anything we've talked about, this would be the time if anyone has another suggestion to add another condition or finding onto the motion.
I would suggest that there a stop sign at Lilac Lane. If there's no stop sign there, I think we should have a stop sign there.
Should we add a
And that's the only
finding?
thing on traffic, as far as traffic.
Maybe we
So
could ask for a some type of report
Traffic
coming
calming.
back to us.
Some sort of having.
Maybe we can generalize it into
Ordinance.
engineering study, traffic calming,
Give
and
us-
safety.
give us, you know, 'cause it's
Okay.
a very
Both
significant
north and
issue, you know.
south, both ingress egresses on the north and the south ends, because there's going to be two off of Sherman as well as off of Pennsylvania 23rd.
Are you getting that as another condition to his motion? And do the maker and the second agree to that?
Yes.
Add that about traffic calming and safety?
I don't want to, but yes. The reason I don't want to is because I think the city has certain criteria on traffic flow, pedestrians and so forth, and that's what we should center on, because this traffic issue is broader than just Pennsylvania or, you know.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, I agree.
And however, I certainly agree, simply get this, it's not something, a deal killer right now for.
Well, and I suggested a kind of a general condition, because I think we're not in the position to say they should put this here or that there, but generally, they look at safety and traffic calming, and we suggest that and leave it to engineering. Okay, anything else? All right, I think it's time for roll call, Shanna.
Bowlby?
Yes.
Ingalls?
Yes.
Luttrip?
Yes, that'd be me, yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Okay, so you all heard this passed this time. That was unanimous vote by the Planning Commission. Now, the So this is approved, but the actual findings are going to be drawn by the legal staff, and then at a future date to be notified
Yeah, so
of the findings and approve the
findings
findings.
will be approved at the next available meeting. After that, the annexation and the zone change go to council. There will be another round of public notification of that hearing, and so we'll hold a hearing in front of the city council at a future date on those two items. There's also the opportunity to appeal the other decisions tonight. That would likely be heard the same night if it was appealed.
So if a person wanted to appeal it, they have enough information at this time to start the appeal process, or at least...
The appeal process would start, the 10-day appeal period would start running upon the approval of the findings. So at that point, we'll mail out notice of decision. From that date of mailing is when the 10-day period runs.
So the people that are here will get that notice?
They'll get a notice of
Very
decision.
good, thank you.
Okay. And if anyone has any further questions, call the planning department during the business hours at the city. They can answer any further questions you have about this, as far as the timing and so forth. How about if somebody makes a motion for a 5-minute recess, then we'll come and finish this other hearing.
Motion for 5-minute
I
recess.
second that.
Approved, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved. Okay. Okay, this is the Coeur d'Alene Planning Commission. We're back in session. We have one more hearing tonight. The applicant is William and Tracy Baker. The location is 5362 North Atlas Road, a proposed food and beverage store for on-site as well as off-site consumption, special use permit in the C-17L Commercial Limited Zoning District. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. It's SP 3-14. And I appreciate all of you sitting here through that last hearing and all your patience. So we'll get going here. Sean?
All right. Thank you. So as Mr. Jordan had said, is that this request is on a .96 acre parcel. It's located on the corner of Atlas and Kathleen, southeastern corner. And the applicant is asking or requesting a food and beverage on and off-site consumption special use permit that would allow the operation of a restaurant in a C-17L zoning district. So here is a picture of the property so everyone will know where it's located. As Tony has placed in her report, is that the existing land uses in the area include residential, Northshire subdivision on the west side of Atlas Road, civic administrative offices for North Idaho Departments of Fish and Game, U.S. Forest Service Tree Nursery, and Holy Family Catholic School, Woodland Middle School, and various other manufacturing uses in the Coeur d'Alene Industrial Park are nearby. Previous actions on the subject property include on October 19th, 1999, the property was annexed into the city of Coeur d'Alene. That was A599. And on September 14th of 1999, a community education special use permit was approved for the subject property, but it expired the following year. Okay, so these are the three findings that need to be made for a special use permit, much like what we dealt with in the prior hearing. First is whether or not this request is in conformance with the comprehensive plan. So this falls within the Ramsey Woodland Stable Established area of our comprehensive plan. As you can see here, this is where the subject property is located. And here is the definition of stable established. Here is the Ramsey Woodland today information from the comprehensive plan, as well as the Ramsey Woodland tomorrow, including the characteristics of Ramsey Woodland, what the neighborhoods will be. Finding B8B is the design and planning of the site compatible with the location, setting, and existing uses on adjacent properties. So from the staff report is the explanation of what the request is. The shortened version is it's a proposed 2,487 square foot structure. It's 1 story with a 40-car parking lot. I noticed also in the site plan that there is a drive-through proposed that's on the southern end. Ingress and egress is off of Kathleen Avenue. Here is a site photo of Atlas Road and Kathleen. This is looking southeast directly into the property with the Forest Service property on the other side. Here's the conceptual site plan that was provided by the applicant. See, the access is off of Kathleen Avenue. There's 40 stalls that are provided, access to the front of the building. It's also important to note that the construction or the design of the structure, it will be governed by the C17 and C17L design guidelines, so they'll have to meet those requirements. All right, current zoning. You can see that this property is zoned C17L. Property across the street to the north is R1, commercial right here, residential on this end, and then manufacturing up here. Within the county, this is where the U.S. Forest Service property is still located within the county. It's zoned ag, nursery ag zoning. So with land use, you can see primarily the properties that are directly north of this are civic. We have residential, single-family attached, or single-family detached, pardon me. And then manufactured here to the north of that, and some civic and manufacturing. And finally, finding B8C is the location, design, and size of the proposal such that the development will be adequately served by existing streets, public facilities, and services. And the staff analysis is in your guys' staff report. Page 8 is where it starts. Take a look at those. Once again, these are the 3 findings that must be made for approval or denial of the proposal. And the recommended conditions. 1 from engineering and 1 from water. 23 notices were mailed on 5/23/2014. The Planning Commission must consider this request and make appropriate findings to approve, deny, or deny without prejudice. And the worksheet is attached to the staff report. That is my staff report. Anybody have any questions?
Your report's shorter that time.
There's only 1 piece instead of 5.
If I could ask a question. Sean, the applicant narrative talks about a family-friendly breakfast and lunch restaurant that would be closed after late afternoon. Would it be appropriate for us to consider a third condition, setting hours of operation. Has that been done in a special use permit before?
I am not aware of any hours of operation that have been applied by special use permit. We do have some zones such as the neighborhood commercial and community commercial zones where there is hours of operation.
My sense is that unless there's significant testimony that indicates that extended hours of operation would create a problem that somehow made it so that you couldn't make the findings of approval, then that condition would probably be going too far. But so you'd probably wait and hear what the testimony is and go from there.
Thank you.
Okay, anything,
So,
Peter? Okay.
this land is zoned, what, 17, C17L, and it's been zoned that way for a period of time, is it not? I mean, it just seems strange sitting out there all by itself.
I think
But
it's a
all the-
remainder piece. I think it's a remainder piece from the Catholic school.
So the only issue before us, though, is a special use permit for the beverages. Is there any, does the city have, I should know this, but I don't. If I do, I forgot. Does the city have any requirement that establishments selling liquor has to be more than X feet or Y feet from schools and other type of things? Or
Yes, there are restrictions on who can get liquor licenses in the city.
so is this across from a school?
They would have to apply. My sense is that there probably wouldn't be able to, but I've not thought about that question specific to this
Well,
site.
I don't know if I stated my question well. The individuals are asking for a permit for food and beverage sales, but are they not just across the street from a school?
Beverage here doesn't mean necessarily adult beverage. It could be Coke,
Coffee or
Pepsi,
tea.
coffee. It's our term for essentially service of
I
food or-
apologize
Yeah,
to
no
you,
worries.
and I apologize to the applicants. Pardon me.
It also generally refers to like coffee stands, espresso, that sort of thing.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions for Sean? Okay, great. I guess we're all done with you for now, Sean.
Thank you.
Did you have one, John? Oh, I couldn't tell if you were pointing at me. Okay, would the applicant like to come up? State your name and address. I'll swear you in.
Hello, I'm Tracy Baker, live at 3937 North 22nd Street in Coeur d'Alene. I have a question for you before I get started. I want to just give a quick little spiel as the purchaser of the property, and then I want to turn it over to my daughter-in-law, who's actually going to be owning and operating the restaurant for
Okay.
her. Is that fine to
So
do it that way?
so she'll be I guess, the main applicant.
My co-conspirator, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. But now, as far as the little spiel you're going to give us, do you swear that will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So basically, what I just want to say briefly here is that my husband and I are purchasing the property. We are going to do the construction of the building and the site and all of that. And then we will be leasing it to Sarah's business. And hopefully in the near future, then once she's established her successful restaurant, then she can, purchase the property from us. And we are doing this on behalf of the Roman Catholic Diocese Church of Boise and the Holy Family School, who owns the property currently, basically because we didn't want to purchase the property until we knew, that we had a special use permit in place, and then, of course, all of the financial information as far as the construction and all of that falls into our budget. So, with that in mind, we have done something similar to this back in 2008 for my older boy over in the Spokane Valley. It's a breakfast and lunch restaurant that's open from 6:30 to 2:30 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's called the Cottage Cafe, and it's been very successful, and we just felt now was the time to afford this opportunity to our younger son and his wife that have a great desire to do this. So that's basically all that I wanted to say, and then I'll turn it over to Sarah as far as the actual operations of the business and all of that goes.
Okay, great.
I do.
Okay, and then I need you to state your name and address in there.
I'm Sarah Baker, and I live at 3992 West Calzado Drive.
Okay,
Coeur d'Alene.
and then you're swearing you're going to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
So help you God. All right, thank you.
So I do live in Hawks Nest, which is less than a mile from this property. And I also grew up in Coeur d'Alene, so I love the city and I love that area in particular. And I've been working in restaurants for 13 years, so I love restaurants as well. So having a restaurant in Coeur d'Alene is a dream come true. We are going to be family owned and operated, really small building. When we are not going to be serving alcohol. The beverages, yes, is coffee. We'd like to do, if possible, a drive-through option where they can get coffee and possibly chicken fried steak to go through the drive-through window. So just real quickly, I know this has been a really long night. Thank you for your time. And, well, I wanted to say, too, that the planning department has been incredibly easy to get a hold of, Sean in particular and everyone else, so thank you for that as well. It's been really easy to get phone calls back and everything. So with the Ramsey Woodland area and the 2007 comprehensive plan for Coeur d'Alene, we studied up on that, and we are going to have pedestrian and bicycle access from the surrounding neighborhoods and the Centennial Trail. That's objective 1.16 in that comprehensive plan. We are going to have all the street trees that are required. We're going to keep as many of the existing trees that you can see in that picture to sort of keep that urban forestry thing happening in that area. We actually want to keep that on the site plan that was up. We're going to keep a large section of it completely undeveloped and forested to keep that feel so that it's small, beautiful restaurant, woods, and then behind it'll be the nursery. So let's see. We realize again with that comprehensive plan that the character of the neighborhoods are already established, and that's why we just want to have a standalone, small, beautiful restaurant. No multi-purpose situation. We would just like to serve breakfast and lunch to all those hungry families in that area. So that's pretty much it, except that I know it's been a very long night already, but we do respectfully request that you do the findings in order tonight. Just in regards to like my mother-in-law said, the real estate, of closing on the property and just the money invested that we have. We're small, we're not big, so we would greatly appreciate that. So, and also another thing that you mentioned, we have no plans or desire to be open for dinner, so that's it. Thank you.
Okay, hold on just a second. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant? No, I guess not. Thought maybe they did. All right. Okay, so I'll just go down the list now that I have for testimony here. So I have Tom Baker is in favor, do not wish to testify.
I've already said it all.
Okay. And Russell Baker in favor, do not wish to testify. Okay. And I have, is it Carrie Bice in favor? I don't have whether you'd like to testify or not. No? Okay. David Bice in favor. Did you wish to testify?
No.
Okay. It's Bridget, is it Arcord? Arkush, I'm sorry. Let's see, I have you neutral and you would like to testify.
I'm the principal of the school across the street, and I have a couple questions to say.
Okay, just state your name and address.
My name is Bridget Arkush, and I live at 6706 North Descartes Drive.
Okay, Bridget, and you swear that any testimony you give us will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay.
I had the same concern about the alcoholic beverage thing, so thank you for clarifying that, because that's the first thing I thought when I saw the flyer. I think it's a great idea. I'm in no way opposed to this. My only concerns that I'd like to see addressed, because we are so very close, because it was all part of the same property, I just want to make sure that however this is developed, that we keep sort of a barrier between the school and the development so it doesn't disrupt during recess, during class time, because there's windows on those classrooms all the way across the front. And we have a certain amount of disruption. I mean, Kathleen is a busy street. But just enough separation with the trees, wherever they're putting the patio, so it's not going to cross. My other concern was parking. That's been kind of addressed by the picture. But, just sort of know that you can't have strange cars coming in and parking at school. That's a safety issue. And my biggest concern is the safety and the well-being of the kids at the school. So as long as the plan addresses that separation, I think it's a fantastic idea. I think it'll be a great addition. But I just wanted to make sure that those were a couple things that we took into consideration while we were working on it. So that is all.
Thank you very much. Jamie Dallas, you are in favor and would like to testify. Okay, come on up. Just state your name and address.
Jamie Dallas, and my address is P.O. Box 2745 Hayden.
Okay. And then you swear the testimony you're going to give us will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay, great.
I'm Jamie Dallas with Windermere Real Estate, and I have done multiple real estate deals with the Bakers, and I just want to say that they are a loving, very respectable family, so I have no doubt that this is going to be a very successful restaurant and just run well. That said, I've talked to pretty much all of my clients that live in that surrounding area, and I just moved out of the Landing, so we'd started this process a long time ago. So I've been talking to my neighbors and everything. Every single person I've talked to is super excited about a restaurant in this area. There's just not much there, and with the development that's going on, we've got subdivision south on Atlas. The Landings is hugely expanding right now, as I'm sure you know. And it's expanding up Ramsey. So with all that development going on, there's just really not a lot of restaurants in that area, nice family restaurants where you can get good, healthy food. There's really just fedoras there, and that's not for everybody. So everyone I've talked to has just been really pro this restaurant going in, and I think it's going to be a fantastic establishment and a great addition to the neighborhood. So that's my deal.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any questions?
Guess not. Thank you very much for your testimony. Lindsay Knoll, have you in favor, do not wish to testify? Or is Lindsay here? Okay. Well, she was in favor anyway. And I have Christy Hanna. Oh, in favor, do not wish to testify? Okay. Josh Bean. Is Josh here? You're in favor, do not wish to testify? Okay. Liz Markham. Okay. In favor, do not wish to testify. And then I've got Armando Hurtado, and I think he might have signed this accidentally. Are you still here? Yeah, he's still here, yeah. I thought maybe he signed it accidentally. Then I looked and saw you there.
The same thing when he was beverage.
Oh, okay. Now, did you want to testify? Oh, okay, great. Jerry Erickson. Is Jerry Erickson there? Oh, okay. That could have been the last one, all right. Okay, and then I have David, I can't quite make the last name out. Is it Hagen, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, you're in favor and do not wish to testify? Still? Okay. And then Dr. Laura Spielman Hagen, you're in favor, do not wish to testify? Okay. So that's it. Is there anyone else I missed that didn't sign on here? All right. Now, The applicant technically has 5 minutes to come back if there's anything, any rebuttal or any other information you'd like to give us. That's up to you. Okay, okay, all right.
Do I need to get re-sweared in?
No, you're still under oath, just like they say on Perry Mason.
Yeah. I basically just kind of wanted to reiterate, I think, what Jamie Dallas had said about the reason we kind of settled on that particular piece of property, because we had, Sarah and I, when we first began this process, we had thought about maybe something over in North Post Falls, because there doesn't seem to be much in that area, but we found out the city fees over there were incredibly high and stuff. And we just didn't really find the property that we were looking for. And then I have been doing, Jamie, my realtor, kept sending me all sorts of other, lots and stuff available. And we just happened to run across that one and felt like that particular area of Coeur d'Alene, there's really not much offered in the way of restaurants, let's say west of Ramsey Road and north of even I-90. So we just really felt like that was an area that was prime for a breakfast and lunch restaurant. And also kind of a trend that seems to be happening with restaurants in urban areas is they like to get them located in a central part of a residential area where people can access it. Like there'll be numerous people even walking to this restaurant or using the Centennial Trail and biking there. That's probably going to be a third of our customer base will be people that are just going to be accessing it right from their homes directly there. So we just really fell in love with that piece of property. We felt just the standalone nature of it, not being located by any other commercial pieces of property, was just, and the way we're going to develop the property by keeping it natural and wooded in certain areas and keeping as many of the existing trees as we can, that it's just going to be, you're going to drive on that road and all of a sudden this restaurant's going to pop out at you and it's just going to be an amazing thing. I mean, that's kind of what our vision has been. So, and then we're also incorporating this drive-through window where people can get the to-go coffees. Sarah's going to have a separate little espresso area inside the restaurant where they'll be making espresso drinks, and then she'll offer a limited menu through the drive-through, or if they call ahead and order and want to order off the full menu, they can pick up their to-go orders through the drive-through, or simply pull up to the building and order that way. So I think we're kind of encompassing a lot of different features that you don't find right now in Coeur d'Alene that I think people are going to really be drawn to. Sarah's a wonderful, wonderful person. She's a caring, loving mother. She's going to do an awesome job of taking care of her customer base. They're going to love going to see her. It's going to be, like we said, it'll feel like you're going home for your favorite meal when you go to visit her restaurant. So my husband and I have ultimate confidence in the business that she's going to operate, just like our older son has done. So I just kind of wanted to throw that in.
Okay, hold on just a minute.
Okay.
Do you have, with all that, do you have a name picked out yet?
Yes, Chomper Cafe.
Hopper Cafe.
Chomper.
Chomper.
Like
okay.
you're chomping.
Okay.
It's basically kind of a synonym for our grandson that was born, Sarah and Russ's little boy. We were babysitting him one night, and he was taking my finger and sticking it in his mouth, and I said, "Oh, you're quite the little chomper, aren't you?" And my husband is famous for nicknames, so he became Chomper, is his nickname. And so when we decided talking about this restaurant, Tom said to Sarah and Russ, "Hey, why don't we call it Chomper Cafe?" And at first they kind of, but then they started thinking about it, saying, "Yeah, I think that'll do." So that's kind of where we're at.
I guess it grows on you. The name.
Okay.
Brad, I have a...
Yeah, okay.
Well, is this a good time to talk about maybe one of the conditions that are also in front of us? Because I'd like to, you mentioned something about...
And did you want to talk to her?
Yes, please.
Oh, yeah, you want to come
Yes.
back up? I'm sorry. You're still under oath, in case you wondered.
You mentioned about how you're thinking a third of your customers are going to walk in or bike there. And I was looking at some of these conditions, especially when it comes to the engineering, and you're going to be addressing sidewalk and trees and all that wonderful stuff. I don't know if this is the right time to maybe throw it in there as a part of that condition, but, bicycling stalls or bike parking. I mean, there's been a huge push toward complete streets in Coeur d'Alene, and you've seen some of the success stories of the biking corrals on Sherman Avenue and Lakeside Avenue, and there's studies showing that, you know, that type of infrastructure, as simple as something as a bike corral, brings in more people.
Okay,
And so I was just curious if that was something you had considered, maybe designated a little bit more space to like a designated bike area.
Yeah,
Because
you know,
with the-
I think we have talked about maybe designating at least maybe one of our parking spots after, you know, we get the final, you know, configuration of where the, you know,
Right.
sidewalk is going to enter to the building and all of that. And since we have that wooded natural area to the east portion of the property, we could even maybe set up something over in that area that would be, you know, that'll be definitely some more food for thought, and we're meeting with architects tomorrow, so.
Yeah, because like, you know, with all the traffic off of the Prairie Trail, as much as the Centennial Trail, which is quite a bit south, however, you know, all the traffic and all the students going to Woodland and even Holy Family Catholic Church, I'm sure that, anyway, I was just wondering, and Warren, is that something that would be done in part of the building permit phase?
Have required bicycle parking. I think when they get into their site design and submit for building permit, that code requirement will be enforced. If they want to do more, they certainly are free to.
Okay.
We're happy to work with them on that. There's some best practices as far as location and how you do that would be more than happy to talk them
Okay.
through.
Yeah, I just think it's just a good opportunity to be able to maybe start to move the city in the right direction, and this is a good piece of property to kind of maybe add an extra value that way. That's just my thought.
Yeah, and you know, my third is a customer base number, I just picked a number, you know, so I have no idea if that's accurate, but, what?
May I answer your question?
Please, yes, thank you.
Yeah, we're totally geared towards bicycle, pedestrian, that corner. Would it be possible to just pull up the site really fast? Is that something that would be difficult? We don't want anyone crossing Kathleen, so we really are going to focus on, this area right here. We're just hoping that people will use, there's sidewalks here on Atlas and then here on Kathleen, so we're going to really try to push that people are going to cross at the intersection clearly, and then have sidewalk here. We're going to have our walkway most likely actually right here, so that it's the closest, safest place for those bikers and pedestrians to come from the Centennial Trail, which is about 2 blocks up on Atlas, and then clearly thousands of houses everywhere. So that's a main goal, though, is for safety, and we're definitely going to gear towards those bicycles. We'd like to have a lot of racks.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions for those two while they're up here? All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Heather probably will remember in the early 90s when we saw the town growing out to the northwest, and we were working on the comprehensive plans, how the Planning Commission at that time envisioned these service nodes.
We did. This
Yeah.
is perfect.
This fits right in with
Yeah,
that.
we don't have many of them. I'm glad to see this.
We've seen a few going out there. There's that one at, is it Prairie and Atlas, I think?
Yes.
There's one out there.
There's a fitness center there. And
Yeah,
I
we've seen a
think
few
there's
of those
a-
go in,
Yeah.
as we had hoped for. Yeah,
A liquor store, yeah.
yeah.
Service.
Have to have the liquor store in the area.
Right.
Is anyone making a motion?
I certainly could, if you'd like me to.
Sure.
Okay. Alrighty. This matter having come before the Planning Commission on June 10, 2014, and there being present a person requesting approval of item SB 314, a request for a food and beverage stores for off-on-site consumption special use permit in the C17L zoning district. Applicant William and Tracy Baker. The location is plus or minus .96 acre parcel located at 5362 North Atlas Road and located on the southeastern corner of Atlas Road and Kathleen Avenue. I would like to adopt a B1 through B6, and the public testimony was heard on June 10, 2014, by the applicant and various other individuals. Pursuant to Section 17.09.220 Special Use Permit Criteria, a special use permit may be approved only if the proposal conforms to all of the following criteria to the satisfaction of the Planning Commission, and that would be B8. A, the proposal is in conformance with the comprehensive plan as follows. And I would like to say that this is a stable, established neighborhood, the Ramsey Woodland area. It also, the urban forest, it was stated that as many trees will be kept as possible. Community design, it will have design standards for development that pay close attention to context, sustainability, urban design, etc., but mostly pedestrian access and usability throughout the city. That would be Objective 1.11. Objective 1.14, efficiency. Promote the efficient use of existing infrastructure, thereby reducing impacts to undeveloped areas. Connectivity, that's 1.16, and that is to promote bicycle and pedestrian connectivity and access between neighborhoods, open spaces, parks, and trail systems. Let me see if I can get anything else out here. Again, that would be Objective 3.07, neighborhoods emphasize a pedestrian orientation when planning neighborhood preservation and revitalization. Okay. The design and planning of the site is compatible with location, setting, and existing uses on adjacent properties. This is based on the density surrounding the area is compatible with a restaurant, definitely breakfast and lunch. The land patterns are perfect for this type of commercial idea, a restaurant. The idea of a node that we had talked about years ago that really didn't take off, and so this is sort of a beginning. The design and appearance of the project will be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, and the layout and the whole scope of the building, the height, the bulk, the off-street parking, the open space and landscaping will be compatible with this intersection. The location, design, and size of the proposal are such that development will be adequately served by existing streets, public facilities, and services. And this is based on the staff report. Really, we just don't even have to go through that because the staff report has covered all of those objectives: the water, the sewer, the fire, engineering, stormwater, traffic, the streets, and that all the curb sites will be put in properly, that the traffic, again, like I stated, Kathleen, and they're both major or main arterials. And then I would have to stay under order, conclusion, decision. The Planning Commission, pursuant to the aforementioned, finds that the request of William and Tracy Baker for a special use permit as described in the application should be approved. We do have some special conditions, and I would adopt the engineering 1, the water 2, and is there any other condition that the bicycle 3? Bicycle parking.
Right.
So that would be the third.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Bowlby.
I'd like to second that.
And a second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion?
I'm excited. I'll go. I want to see it.
Well, we haven't taken a vote yet.
I know, but I'm still excited.
Okay, Shannon, roll call.
Bowlby?
Yes.
Ingalls?
Yes.
Lutrip?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Okay, so that passes unanimously, and all the findings are included, so there's no delay. And again, we thank you for sitting through that other long hearing. It's been a long night.
Has been.
Motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
Good, I was hoping we'd get a second. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right.